Hello and welcome everybody to the continuation of the Calling All Heroes 2025 Championship Playoffs. It's been a fantastic weekend of gameplay from last week, and we are ready to finally crown our new monarch for the overarching season with the remaining 2 days of competition. I'm Tiny Shiny, joined by Twin Salty, and we have 3 matches that are going to set us up. 6 teams remain, but only 3 will move on to tomorrow.
Yeah, we will continue just to tick down these teams, and yeah, we'll get to see who will be playing on Championship Sunday in just about 24 hours. And first off, let's look at the bracket here. Me and my friends gaming, well, they're doing quite a lot of gaming, and they're doing it well. 2 sweeps to start off the bracket stage, 3 over Cafe Violet and Nightmare Eclipse to get to this upper final. And the Dreamland Starries, little bit more of a complicated route. 3-2 over Valentine. They got it down to a 3-1 over Exo Sakura. Now they have quite the challenge ahead of them in this winter final.
And that's to put it lightly. Dreamland Starries, me and my friends gaming, a matchup we've seen several times throughout this Calling All Heroes circuit, and they meet here yet again. Me and my friends gaming have swept the last couple matchups between these 2 teams, but in Dreamland Starries, they've leveled up. Anyone can take it. It would be them. Now we get to look to our lower bracket where the stakes are slightly higher. 2 of these teams will be going home today. Exo Sakura will be playing against Fable, followed by Nightmare Eclipse against Valentine, the only team remaining from the LCQ.
Yeah, the lone LCQ team remaining, and hey, that's a little bit of a notch you could put on there. Like, hey, you know, we outlasted Cafe Violet, we outlasted Vindarive, but now this is when the rubber hits the road. Something you got to get through now is the normal teams that made it either through the spring or the summer seasons. Granted, I will say I don't think any of these rosters are the same compared to what they were during the spring and summer tournaments. But you know, overall, again, this is going to be a fantastic day. Especially this first game, this feels like a grand finals preview in a lot of ways. These are the 2 teams that are entering in as favorites, and I think they have every right to be.
It's our number 1 and our number 2 seeds. What else would you expect? Me and my friends gaming have won multiple tournaments throughout the year for Calling All Heroes, and Dreamland Stories just behind them in the round. It's kind of crazy that that's the first game that we can start with, and it's such a treat for us to watch some incredible players show us what they got. We got more than just that as a treat. We, in fact, have more for you. Look at these drops, Jesse. Oh my goodness, is that Venture having a rock tea party? You bet. Rosetta is there and everything. They're so cute. I absolutely love these. I will be equipping every single one as soon as I grab them, so make sure your Battle.net account is attached to your Twitch so that you too can get your hands on some fantastic Calling All Heroes and the Venture drops.
Yeah, I knew. We were talking about it in the green room. Like, yeah, you were all over the rock party. You're all over the rock tea party. And to be fair, it's super cute. I can't lie. Like, just look at it. So make sure you got everything connected here on Twitch, or if you're watching on YouTube as well, I believe you can there also. But yes, make sure you get everything linked up, get all those rewards, and show off your Calling All Heroes pride once you get back into playing either quick play, comp, stadium, whatever you're feeling during the start here of season 20, which reminds me that, hey, Vendetta is enabled. This is the first big tournament with Vendetta enabled. We actually, I think for Face It, she's not available until Monday. So this is the first real test here for these teams. How do they want to try and use this new hero? She got a little bit of a buff here after the play test. So let's see what she can do. Obviously, the Zarya combination, as someone from experience who went against it multiple times yesterday, can really suck to go against. So I wonder if we're going to see more of that today.
Interviews that really want to give Vendetta a bit of a swing piece, being one of them from our upcoming series. So now we're gonna find out what these teams are packing. We teased it, now we get to actually talk about it. For them to be meeting in the upper finals. In fact, it is the 3rd time this season that these 2 teams are meeting in the upper finals.
Yeah, it feels like these teams kind of just are used to it at this point. it just feels like, yeah, hey, we're going to be there. We're going to play it out here in this upper final. And then we'll figure out maybe the grand finals, a little bit of a rematch. But no, this is a great game. Me and my friends gaming. Kind of the core from DK that most spectators will know from the summer season. And you got talent all over here, man. Peace and Winter on the DPS line. Z and Nenwai support. And you got Santana, which has been one of the most, I'd say they're probably one of the most flexible tanks we have in Calling All Heroes right now. Just unbelievable across the board. So this team, there's a reason why they are here at the top trying to get this done. And honestly, you know, this team, they have some from the last champs, some winners. Nenwai, Sniper, who is on the bench, Peace and Z, all won champs last year with Nightmare Eclipse. So a lot of championship pedigree on this team, and they're going to try and run it back this weekend.
And if they're going to do it, I do think it's going to be at the back of Santana. Santana is by far one of the biggest standout players that we've seen in Calling All Heroes. Is kind of before ranked around mid-ish with some of our top teams when it comes to tank, but now easily top 2, top 3. The improvement that this player has had has been immaculate. Not to mention Winter, who is having the time of her life, had a bit of a birthday buff last weekend. Unfortunately, no longer a thing, but we'll see if she's still able to work her magic on the hit scan. But they have another opponent to go against, and one that is hungry to make it towards the top. The Dreamland Stories will be meeting me and my friends gaming for their winners finals match. And as we get to look at this, little bit of the asterisk next to this, Alexander, also known as Senna, is in on the hit scan, took a break from competition this year to come back for the championships, joined by Bun and multiple players on this roster as well. Jesse ended up winning or making top 3 for our previous circuit and are looking to continue to pop off.
Yeah, the fact that it's Senna, Bun, DPS, that is just like, if you go into like the Calling All Heroes archives, like that is probably one of the best like overall DPS lineups you could build. Like it is unbelievable. They have so much range as well between these two. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Vendetta. It'll probably be from Bun rather than from Senna. But again, just unbelievable across the board here. And obviously these teams, again, a lot of different championship caliber as well. Hittori and Bun were on that Nightmare Eclipse team. So a little bit of a flashback playing against some of their teammates from back then. Last champ, Senna was on Queen's Gambit, who ended up finishing runners-up. So again, championship pedigree across the board. Let's see how we want to start off here. And it will be on Ilios. The Winston band will come in first from me and my friends gaming, taking away a little bit of one of the better heroes for Hittori. And on the other side, the Freya band from Dreamland Stories. And you can tell they do not want Winter anywhere near that hero to start off.
Yeah, I don't blame them.
No,
even with the changes to the character, still very strong when it comes to the poke damage, and Winter, her breakout hero, in my opinion. So same kind of goes for Senna or Alexander in a lot of these matchups. One thing that was interesting is we have seen Bun and Alexander swap between who's playing Tracer and who's playing like the other Flex DPS or even Hitscan in that regard. So I'm interested to see where that goes out. In terms of tanks though, Jesse, what are we really feeling? The ball was left available.
Yeah.
Hittori used to be, I play anything but ball. That is now in her hero pool, and Santana match that any day of the week.
Yeah, Santana will never complain about playing the ball. So I wouldn't be shy, especially here on Ilios. Ruins, it gets played a ton here on Well as well. Lighthouse can get a little tricky, especially with the enclosed space, but we can see it be played. But no, let's go in. I will say this. It is awesome to see Dreamland's name back in Overwatch Esports. I won't lie. It's if you've been around for long enough, whether it be Calling Out Heroes or Tier 2, you know the name Dreamland, so it's incredible to see them back into the fray. But it will be well for the first round of the day. And we were talking about the ball looking like a no so far. Both teams electing to go with the Diva, who didn't really get touched in the Season 20 patch.
No, which is shocking for how powerful this hero is. Basically Thanos, if Diva can get close enough and bowl over any squish, you can dare stand in her path. Will be more the diva on Will. It's not great for Wrecking Ball. A little bit small for you to roll around. A lot of tight corners to work through. Kind of makes sense for this map. One thing is what's interesting though, no Tracer, at least to start. Okay, like Peace will be on Tracer, but Mage will be on the Echo instead.
I love the Echo pick, I won't lie, especially in these Diva mirrors, because the defense matrix can't do anything about that focusing beam. So if you get either of these Divas lit enough, that can be the nice little finishing touch there from Mage to make sure the DMAC goes on Santana.
But Echo in general, very strong assassin right now after the movement buffs. You have to play pretty safe or still decently squishy, but if Mage can manage to keep just applying poke damage like this, it'll be difficult for me and my friends gaming to move towards that objective. No full commits on the dive yet. It's just been Dory chasing Peace around, making them rethink their life decisions, but eventually me and my friends gaming will get that first capture. Stream on Stories, they're playing slow. You don't really have a good way to support Tori if it's not from range. You need Alexander and Mage to set up the dive before it happens. As you can see, Tori incredibly low. She'll be booking it out of there, and Mage not doing too much better herself.
Yeah, she's in a really tough spot right now, and I think, oh my god, no, will not be able to get up pieces there for the finishing touch. And me and my friends gaming, brilliant start to this one. Already 30% and counting, and with Senna gone as well, it'll be the full reset coming in for the Starries. And yeah, the Echo is great on paper, but yeah, just kind of kept away from Winter, and that's kind of all that she needs to do, right? She doesn't need to get all of the initial first bloods. As long as they're keeping Mage away and out of the way of Santana, that is enough for Winter to kind of have that check mark take.
And that's pretty much all you have to do. It is a lot harder. It's just roaming around, but yeah, recall straight into a shot from Alexander. Not the way they wanted to go out. Tori, happy to work with that, but still playing it slow, seeing the dive, trying to stay in. Sojourn as a result. And there's the support from Bud. Tuna Rush is laid out from both Juno and Z's, making it more chaotic. Disruptor shot, throwing things for a loop for me and my friends gaming. Emek on hit. Tori has the self-destruct. Time to get back in. She'll grab it. At the result, it will be a self barrier, but it's not enough to save Z's. If Fremont Stories can live past the damage for me and my friends gaming, it'll be pretty set to close it out, but Santana just look at the DMAC on hit Tori yet again. Me and my friends gaming, despite how dicey this has looked this season, maintain control the whole time. The Mage comes with the two on the self-destruct duplicate. Are you serious? How did she make that happen? That's a third now for the Echo. Dreamland Starries, you better be giving her a cookie for that play.
That was so good. Honestly, it felt like that route was about to be over. It was a great stick from Peace onto Hitori to make sure that DMAC came through. But in the end, it's the nice little pulse and the self-destruct on the other side of the Mage during the dupe that is able to flip it around. So me and my friends gaming will have to push on back in. Have the overclock from Winter in their back pocket. We'll see what kind of positioning she's able to get into, but Senna will have it on the other side as well. So these defense matrices are going to be very important.
Winter pops the overclock first, looking for Alexander, but fancy movement. He'll be okay, but can't quite say the same for the rest of the team. That's an overclock. Pop back out. What mid-air slide onto Nedwai. My goodness. Alexander opening the door, rather just keeping it open. The Streamline Starries, they're hurting quite a bit in this particular fight. It's now Peace coming in with the help of Santana to close this off. The extra support on the dive, paying off in dividends. Santana self-destruct, just a little cherry on top to start to close this one out. Cinnabar falls. Should be the last contest from Dreamline Starries on this point. So me and my friends gaming, take well.
And just like that, we have a pause. I think Cinnabar lagged out as soon as we got done. So it'll be coming back to a little bit of a break here, but at least it's the end of the round, but a great start there for me and my friends gaming. Again, this is kind of what we expect going into this, is that they're going to be the favorites, Dreamland Starries, but they have the potential here. And this is actually a little bit of a roster switch around. Nenwai comes in into this roster. It was Cinnabar, who is now on Dreamland. So a lot of this, me and my friends gaming team playing against their own and their old main support. NY joins in from Avidity. So this can be a little bit tricky now on how they want to do this. But again, both teams at least slightly different rosters going into this, because Ivory also leaves for Dreamland Starries. They're now on Exo Sakura, which, God, that makes that even scarier. And I think that's always going to be a dark horse team in this tournament, but I wonder if the beginning here is just kind of getting everybody back into the flow of things here in this second weekend. And overall, me and my friends gaming, it's been the difference of the Tracer just having a little bit more consistency than the Echo.
Yeah, I mean, the Echo can work, but you're not nearly as proactive, and I'd honestly say it's harder to just hit the sticky bombs across the map when people can see them and they're slow, rather than he's just following Santana around at Mach 10, so a bit of a different pace. I don't necessarily hate it from Dreamland Stories. I have a feeling they're going to change some stuff up, depending on what round we go to next, which is kind of nice that the pause happened between rounds rather than in the middle of it, so we could get that all fixed up. Overall, though, I think that hearing from me and my friends gaming, they wanted to play Dreamland this whole time. Like, they knew that this is the team that would give them the biggest challenge. If they can manage to just almost manhandle them in a way and make it to the grand finals today alone, if they have that rematch, it's gonna be even harder for Dreamland Stories to come back and hit that mark of how dangerous that lower bracket is looking. Good news for us, though. Game is back in. Cinnabar has returned, so she will be ready to go for round number 2. Will be Ruined. So I am wondering, are we going to get Wrecking Ball swaps, or will we stick with this Diva from round 1?
I have a feeling we'll stick with the Diva, but time will tell. And I will say, for those who are maybe just joining, haven't watched a custom game since the new patch went in, and you're wondering, hey, why is the kill feed all weird? There's a bug right now with the kill feed colors, so stay with us. My advice, pay attention to the names rather than the team colors. That would be my recommendation. Take a little bit of a look here at the standings. Obviously, Cinnabar's stats got reset, but overall, it feels relatively even, but me and my friends gaming able to take round number 1. And yeah, we will just be sticking to the Divas, but it will be off of the Echo and onto the Tracer for Mage.
I do like this better. I think Mage, not only matching piece on one of her signature heroes, it also just supports Tori in the dive. So you don't have to worry as much about Santana just bowling in whenever they want and just say, hey, I want to get the Kiriko. And poor Juno can't say anything about it. Dreamland Stories, though, have the first presence on the objective with Alexander going down with the help of a boop in the winter sightlines. Me and my friends gaming looking to change that around. Just the Stories that seem to be exiting for the time being, not wanting to push forward.
Yeah, you might as well just back up. It's not like you're going to lose a ton of percentage by just deciding to have a little bit of a reset. Mage already is a little bit low, but able to sneak on out of there. And I mean, our friends gaming. This is kind of how they want to set this up. Winter is on a side angle, Z as well. And just try and play Poke City, but you cannot lose your Lucio.
Jeez, oh my goodness, you better be giving her a pat on the back for that. That was a great TP Suzy recommendation. It was such a risky play for a Kiriko to do. You never want to commit both cooldowns like that, but not much of a choice in that department, so it pays off in the end. Peace wins the 1v1 against Mage, and me and my friends gaming seem to be in full control of this dive so far.
Yeah, completely controlling the tempo. Dreamland Stories haven't really found a way to push in quite yet, and part of it is because of the fact that Peace is playing so well right now. Keeping Mage at bay, looking for the pulse, and they find it.
Doesn't even shoot, triple blinks, absolutely snaps Cinnabar's ankles, and then blows her to bits. What a play out of Peace. Shout out to Deserver for catching that, too. Dreamland Stories, they're just struggling to get out of their own spawns at this rate. Yeah, you got a Kitsune Rush to work with. It's so much time you've lost.
So much time already gone, and Dreamland, you gotta find something, and something quick, or this map is going to slip away very quickly here. But already almost that's easy. Not to use it, but Alexander gets popped.
And Winter's just cooking Alexander right now. This DPS line of Dreamland Stories is not allowed to play the video game. Me and my friends gaming are just 2 steps ahead, maybe 10. If you want to think about it. And Winter continuing to fry. Birthday buff, it might just be the winter buff, is what I'm starting to think.
It's go time.
Yeah, overall, Winter just going nuts, and now Winter, why not? Pop the overclock, try and catch members when they're coming out of spawn, and they find 2.
Who is this? She's just crying right now. I mean, that's it. That's the deciding play right there for me and my friends gaming, and what a message to send for Map 1 Ilios win.
Yeah, I know you were talking about, hey, she may just have, like, the birthday buff, but I think she's just the December, like you said, the birthday month
it's
buff.
Winter. It's winter.
It's hey, winter and the winter buff. It's the cold is just buffing her, man. This is unbelievable to start. It's actually the play here at the very end that gets her play of the game, but Yeah, it just felt like that's just disgusting. From the beginning to the end, it felt like the entire time it was me and my friends gaming in full control. Dreamland Stars never really able to get a foothold in that map, and now at least for them, they have map pick going into map 2. But yeah, that is quite a rough way to start it for Dreamland. Pretty much a perfect way to start this series if you were me and my friends gaming.
I did not expect it to be that dominant. I'm gonna be totally honest.
No.
It was literally just Winter in peace running the lobby. Like, Nintendo was great, yeah, the supports were great, but I mean, they were unleashed. There's not much that we even got to see from Bun and Alexander throughout that. Mage is Bun, by the way, just to clarify for our people that are watching. A couple of gamer tag swap arounds going there, but for these players, I think that was rough. Hitori just wasn't allowed to play the game, and she's typically, whatever team she's been on, she's been the standout player, but because there was so much pressure going on in the side lanes that she couldn't control, we didn't really get to see her have these same pop-off moments that we're used to.
Yeah, no, instead of her being able to really flex around and find the DPS that are out of position, you know, we saw that time and time again, whether, you know, she was on Sakura or Extinction or Timeless Ethereal or Nightmare Eclipse, whatever, she's been able to do it. But that map, it just felt like the entire game plan was shut down for Dreamland Stars, and there was no real way to pivot around it, and that's just exactly the game plan for me and my friends gaming. Let the DPS do their thing. Let Z's just pop shots with the Kiriko, even though it was the small, you know, projectile size nerf. It doesn't really feel like it's impacting them very much.
No, if you have as good of aim that Z's does, you're gonna be fine.
Yeah.
To be totally honest with you, Z's reigning calling all heroes champ for a reason, alongside Ninwai, and me and my friends gaming looking to get their first out there. Which to bring that up, we talked about this with Senna too. She's the Carpe of calling all heroes. Bunch of second place finishes, so close, makes the finals every time, but can't close it out. She wants to get it here, and I think King's Row will be the best map for it. And I can tell you exactly what's going to happen here, and it is going to be Bun on Venture. If Zarya or Venture don't get banned, let's hold our horses.
There's a big
yeah,
there. And I would even say if Venture does get banned, Vendetta time. Like,
no,
it's like an enclosed enough map to where Vendetta wouldn't get poked from a bunch of angles. She works very well with the Zarya. But again, we don't know if these teams are going to take the jump and risk playing a new hero during this weekend. We really don't know. And that's kind of the fun of it, but also kind of the terrifying part of, are these teams really going to take the risk and play a brand new hero? And it's not like it's Soj when she came out. I was like, oh, it's a railgun character. Cool. You know, you're figuring out little things. She feels like a very unique character to where it's going to take a long time for these teams to really master how to really play around her. So time will tell if we actually get to see Vendetta at all today, or if you all will get to see her tomorrow during a Championship Sunday. But still, Dreamland taking a little bit of time here. Want to make sure the right ban is in place. I wonder if they do a protect ban. If they want Bun to have the Venture, do they just ban out a Soj? Do they ban out? They can't ban out a Freya again. So that is the one where you could have, but yeah, just ban out the Soj and then have it maybe a Cassidy game.
That's a good question. I mean, hey, if you guys are looking to stick around and figure out why all these questions are being answered and get some fantastic drops, you gotta make sure, number one, connect your Battle.net account. Number two, follow the Overwatch Esports channel for all of the updates. There will be more drops today and tomorrow for that, so make sure you're following our players and teams in their journey. They've looked really good. I love watching Calling All Heroes, and these players pop off. We do have a first ban in, though. Dreamland will take away the Sigma, which is something that also got adjusted. Slight damage buff on the primary fire for direct, so with that being taken away, it was kind of Hitori's original character that she looked really, really good on when she first came out into the scene. So with that gone now, and the Cassidy to follow, that tells me we're full committing to Brawl or Diva.
Yeah, I think we're probably going Brawl. I think the Diva maybe for first phase on attack, just because it almost feels like a staple unless you want to run the sim comps. We've kind of seen that here and there a lot in Face It recently. Face It Masters NA and EMEA, we've seen a lot of it as of late. A lot of the sim comps. And shocker, you know, kind of the reason why Twisted Minds ran it to win OWCS World Finals. So, especially with her not getting touched during the Season 20 patch that happened just this week, it's going to be probably pretty consistent, especially on maps like this and Flashpoints push. Expect to see more and more sim, unless these teams are like, hey, let's just not. Let's just keep running the fun stuff that we've been doing. But I could easily see it happening, especially on a map like this, where there can be a whole lot of cheeky TPs.
Yeah, there haven't been a ton of teams who play Symmetra. I mean, Dream on Stories is one of them. I don't believe we've seen it from me and my friends. I've written down every hero everybody has played. That is not one of them, so I'm gonna just trust my notes on that. Fun has pulled it out in the past if the venture does not work. I do think they'll maybe try TPs on the first point attack. If that doesn't pan out the way they want, maybe swap some stuff up. I am kind of curious how these Calling All Heroes teams are adapting, because one thing that we know about both of these squads is they don't have a ton of time to scrim together, just because they're competing in a bunch of other high-level competitions alongside this. So when they do come in playing things like a Symmetra comp that are very unique and difficult to play around unless everybody is on the same page, that's why I don't think we're going to get a ton of it for the time being, but we could totally be proven wrong. I'm just happy we are on the Winter Kings row. It makes me very happy. It does give Winter more of a buff, though.
Yeah, that'd be the one worry. Depending on where you're watching this, you could have some snow on the ground, like Ollie and I both do. Currently where we're at in the Midwest. But yeah, it's a nice little winter wonderland here on the streets of Kings Row. Dreamland Stars will start on the defense, and Atori with the Sigma Band will actually elect to go the Ramatra. And you called it earlier. Mage has locked in the venture, even with the slight nerf going on. Still a fantastic spot for the hero to be in. We'll be setting up a lot of these targets for Alexander and Juno to finish off.
Rock Muncher Nation, unite, people. They just pulling it out. It's a happy day for everybody. Almost not a happy day for, I believe Alexander almost beats the Widow shot, but there it is! Peace pulled it out. Peace on the Vendetta. For the first time with the Zarya, first time on the Overwatch Esports channel, and at this high level of play.
Here we go, everybody. We kind of thought this could be the matchup that we see. Playing with the Zarya, having the bubbles to play around, and that's why.
Dude, where did Hitori's health bar go? It just evaporated. I think that was a headshot rail from Winter, and then the overhead slash from Beast did not stand a chance at staying alive in the slightest. I mean, Dream on Stars, they are cleared from this objective. Beautiful synergy between Peace and Santana to sync up those bubbles and speedrun their way through first point.
Yeah, it's just insane. It really just, it's nuts right now how good Vendetta can be if you set up some of these combos. And I don't know why we're all shocked. It's Peace. Of course, Peace is going to be locking in the new hero when they're so good. But yeah, this could get a little tricky. This is the movement tech across the board with the Whirlwind Dash and the Soaring Slice. You just move all over the place. That's why Mage already actually going off of the Venture, going onto the Echo, to maybe try and keep Peace at bay just a little bit with the stickies, but still going to have quite a tall task ahead.
Well, the Venture mains might be a little sad about that. It is a good choice by Mage at the end of the day. They're not going to have fun into Vendetta. It is not a great matchup if you have to 1v1, so it makes a lot of sense for Dreamland. They can also have more pressure on these angles. If they can keep me and my friends gaming in the choke, which is already a struggle. And Tori is just a glorified punching bag. He's, speaking of punching bag, my goodness, no health left on the block. Has the slice to get on out of there, but looking for another one in Cinnabar. Flies too close to the sun, or rather Peach's sword in that instance. From Dreamland Stories, a couple of trades here and there, but that might not be enough. As long as they can get Dory, yeah, Peach is just going to run this lobby.
Yeah, this is how I will say this. Anybody who plays me in ranked, this is why she's banned in every game that I play. Like, she's just so good right now, especially you got all the bubbles. She has so much survivability, and just when you think, oh, she might die, oh, cleanse comes in from Z's and everybody resets. So now have the ult ready to go. Let's see how she wants to use the Sundering Blade.
Blade available. It's a good ult in King's Row. These always are so narrow. As long as Peace can live through it, there's like some serious damage. It's making a serious damage back to the Hitori's not allowed to play the game, but this time it's Peace, who will get blown up. Mage, on top of it, it does cost an NY, a sound barrier at the end of the day, but Juno Starries, I believe it's a 1-for-1. Graviton Surge is out, Winter sliding in, rips Alexander's head off. She's just still frying. We've been talking about Peace. We forgot about Winter. Actually, don't worry, we didn't forget about her. That's a 3K for the Sojourn. Me and my friends gaming. This train has certainly left the station. It's not stopping. Nearly 5 minutes for point 3.
Yeah, they have the potential to have an unreal time bank going into the final phase, and Dreamland Stars just have to find some sort of response. Cinnabar will have the sound barrier here in a moment if she elects to use it. Overclock and dupe as well, but you gotta make sure you live!
And there's no way Cinnabar gets out of that alive. Peace forces her into the sight lines of Winter's ready for that shot. You lose your life, but it's not about you in this instance, Peace. It's about the Sojourns, Winter and Alexander. Finding a couple of trades. I don't think I've seen a trade like that. The melee for the overclock. Fancy as it might be, it's just not the way the Dreamland Stars wanted it to go.
No, not exactly, and this cart continues to move on forward, entering the final stretch, but obviously me and my friends, I got a few members just coming back into the party, so not going to play this extremely aggressive to start off, but will shortly. They just have the one Sundering Blade to use, but Dreamland still have that sound barrier in their back pocket. I wonder if they're just waiting to go in for maybe a beat engage, or waiting for me and my friends to come in.
Maybe the sooner here, because he's very close to that. And you just, Winter is still on this high ground. Nobody can touch her. I mean, Mage would have if she didn't dupe Zarya. Can't quite get up there. Should be a grab on Surge though. Actually, what a grab goes for Nedfly in the sky. What is this? Anti-air Zarya. Nedfly explodes after some extreme targeting there. And without the Lucio to sweep them forward, me and my friend gaming, they still seem to want to commit. I mean, Dory doesn't have any cooldowns to work with. The health bars are massive. Piece looking to change up, and none of these cooldowns are landing on the Sojourn in the back, but the second bubble will do it, and we pause at the absolute worst time. Who just tipped out on us? It was of course Cinnabar again. No.
Yeah, I wonder if Cinnabar's having some internet issues, because yeah, second time now she's had to kind of reset. So awkward timing, but it did feel like overall me and my friends gaming were winning that fight. Alexander, again, when you hit that final slash with Vendetta, it does so much. Like, it's kind of ridiculous how much that final overhead strike does. And for comparison here, if you all are wondering, hey, how much does it do? The normal swing does 50. The overhead does 130. So, yeah, one of those can take a squishy from very good health to, oh crap, I need care, I need Suzu, very quickly. So, yeah, that is why we're seeing just the immediate kills. But, you know, me and my friends gaming, great start to this map. And unless something crazy happens, probably has a great time bank when we swap sides.
I think it was Winter popping up the overclock when we went into the pause there and already got one. So not looking too hot for Dreamland Stars. I do think they are struggling a bit to figure out what to do against this Vendetta. Because unless you're specifically scrimming it or scrimming against it, which I don't think many teams have done yet, you just don't know what to do. As you said, it kind of requires immediate care, like a Suzu. And unfortunately, or rather fortunately, because that would be kind of crazy, Kiriko doesn't have multiple Suzus to give out in a single fight unless it goes super duper long. The Dreamland Stars really struggling to find an answer to it. The venture comp they've relied on for King's Row will not work against it. The pause will be resolved. Cinnabar has returned, and even being down that Lucio player there, it seems to me and my friend gaming. Try to walk his payload home, Student Rush, all for naught out of Juno. 3 minutes, 2 seconds on a full completion.
Yeah, that is a phenomenal time bank, right? You only lose about a minute from your opening start time, so yeah, it's going to be quite tricky here for Dreamland Stars to get back into this map. Obviously, you don't want to fall to an 0-2 hole. It can get really dicey. And, wow, actually, Cinnabar again. Wow, the internet is just not cooperating for Cinnabar today. We'll probably pause it. There it is. Yeah, I wonder, granted, we have no idea where these players are set up at, but man, I believe if Cinnabar, who plays for Grandview in the collegiate space, they're in the Midwest, and they're actually getting hit with a pretty wicked winter storm right now. So I wonder if that is part of the case.
by that logic, Santana also plays at Grandview and is not having internet issues.
True. Very
So-
true. So it's like different dorms, different apartments. Like,
I don't know. That's a mystery we'll have to solve. But until we get Sombra out of Cinnabar's Ethernet, we are gonna be on a bit of a longer pause here. Which, hey, it's okay. I don't mind yapping a little bit.
no.
I do have a genuine question for you though, Jesse.
What's up?
When you like call out in game, because now that Vendetta's here, I know like the quick call out has been Venture. What does it be for Vendetta now? Because they both start with they're both Ven. What is that?
See, for me, I usually just call out Rock Puncher for.
Do you actually?
I
I've heard
usually
you do that.
Yeah.
That's right.
So that's my go-to. So for me, I'll probably say Vendetta or Detta. But I think it really depends. I think if you just say Ven, as long as they're not running Vendetta Venture, which God, that sounds like I would not want to.
It'd be funny.
It would be, yeah, not for the team you're going against.
That's the
You
point.
imagine you got Venture burrowing up to your right. You'd have a lady with a giant sword to your left, just swinging away, ready to dash and slash. Like it's like no.
You gotta tilt the enemy team before we win it. Hey,
True.
good news. The hack attack has been cleared from Cinnabar, and hopefully, fingers crossed, people, she is back for the time being. Me and my friends gaming now on the defense, and yeah, they're gonna sit the exact same comp. I wonder how that's gonna work for Peace now. Like, is it still full dedication of the bubbles to them, since it's more of a defensive
Maybe?
strat?
Yeah, I have a feeling it'll be a little more set up instead of, hey, we're all kind of pushing through these choke points. Instead it'll be like, hey, Peace, do you want to go in? 3, 2, 1, bubble. And then they'll probably just use one of her abilities to try and get out. I'm trying to remember which one it is off the top of my head. The Whirlwind Dash, probably to get out. That or the Soaring Slice as a way of a little bit of an escape. But yeah, this is going to be an issue. Because it's not like they've had a lot of scrim time, Dreamland, in dealing with Vendetta.
Not quite. And you're back on the Venture too for Mage. Yep. That's right. I love that. But it's just not great in the minute. If you get near that character, you're in trouble. Or through Juno, and you're not checking your 6. Prepare to be sliced in half from head to toe. Courtesy of Peace. Looking for 4. And yeah, this is just ridiculous what Peace is able to do. Santana putting all of the bubbles onto them, and he's delivering massively.
Yeah, no, Vendetta's just a little good, right? Just a
Especially in the hands.
just a hint good right now. And this will be, I'm curious if we're going to continue seeing this throughout the rest of Championship Weekend. The teams who have practiced Vendetta versus the teams who have not. Because it feels like Dreamland maybe would have tried it by now if they had a lot of practice in her, but instead, they're kind of just stuck in this awkward spots.
Yeah, no, Mage just can't get out. The bubble's already expended from Ori in order to keep the team alive. Out of Pieces non-stop onslaught of attacks. Goes in bunny hops to get the slash over on a Cinnabar. Now they have bit off more than they can chew. Alexander, you're to punish alive as well. Okay, not alive. I take that back. But the rest of the team is for Dreamland Starries. They will be able to get the cap in Alexander's wake. And yeah, no contest for me and my friends gaming out of that one.
Yo, nice little play there. Yes, even though Mage is kind of sent in as a sacrifice, but it does force a lot of me and my friends gaming to turn around. That allows the rest of Dreamland Stars to move in. That is a very early grab from Hittori, and it will find Peace.
And Cinnabar, apparently.
I guess her own teammate's internet.
Team kill.
Yeah, I think that's actually Beats that'll be gone now for Cinnabar, which is the one downside here for Dreamland Stars, because you're probably going to want here during this fight or the next.
Oh, I feel so bad for them because like they had great momentum, and now they're not gonna sound berry. The Graviton Search and the other side's free. Like, I feel really bad.
It's rough.
And I hope they do get that figured out. We will be taking extra time after this map to make sure that Cinnabar has everything under order, but not during the map. We are committed until the very end here. It was a gutsy grab, I gotta say, out of Hittori to just come out swinging when the rest of the team was just vibing on payload, having a tea party. Maybe like the Venture Rocket party.
Yeah, just hanging out like, hey, you want some tea? I'm not much of a tea or a coffee person myself, but maybe like some hot chocolate on a day like today, you know, it could work out.
I love hot chocolate. Oh my gosh.
What's the favorite flavor? What's the go-to?
Ooh, I like the really rich ones, like dark chocolate, but if I have to have a flavor, it's gonna be mint. Like, you know those chocolate
Mint.
peppermint candies?
Okay. Yeah.
Like like you melt those into it, put it in like a little milk frother thing. I used to work at a thing where they made hot chocolate like that. Best thing ever. I got one free every ship. I had a sugar high every single time, but it is the coziest thing that you can do in winter.
Interesting. For me, it's a caramel. Like, for me, a nice little
Caramel hot
like,
chocolate?
caramel hot chocolate. Hey, don't knock it if you until
I'm
you
not.
try
I've just never heard of it.
It is very good. I'll get it in like the K-cups and just maybe put a little bit of extra caramel in there. It's
Like a caramel drizzle thing?
yeah, it's good. Highly recommend.
I might have to try that. I'm not gonna lie, because we've been, this is our 4th hour, more than that, of casting today. We might get some hot chocolate right in the middle of this.
Yeah, right.
The vocal cords nice and toasty, since we have a really long way to go, which is honestly great. I love the Calling All Heroes playoffs weekend. The fact that we get to cover every single match in the championship bracket,
so good.
It's a great privilege to have. Everybody gets the spotlight once, and it's really worked out. Like, think just the growth this year, Jesse, of how many players that have participated in Calling All Heroes got their shot in OWCS largely because they had a spotlight in this tournament.
Yeah, it's been fantastic to see players, especially, some like Hitori, and Peace, and Winter, and NY, etc. A lot of them are popping off in OWCS. It's not like they're just playing well here in Calling All Heroes. So it's been nice to see a bunch of them step up from this stage, really go into the bright spot at the top of the top. And obviously, we're in the OWCS offseason right now. It's a little bit of silly season going on with rosters and the few partner teams that are entering in, which disguised toast. We're having a disguised OWCS team. Like, what? But yeah, it's just been absolutely fantastic. This initiative has really started to pop off. And yeah, this has been just unreal. And obviously, I think for everybody watching as well, the one buff of this pause, more time for drops, baby. Hey, if you're just joining us now, maybe joining a little late, hey, this pause might get you a little bit caught up now.
Here you go. Hey, Cinnabar DCing for the people. Not actually, like, don't say that. She's not, on
she's
purpose.
not
For
doing
legal
that.
reasons.
Not
For
doing
legal
that.
reasons. Yeah. So make sure, again, connect your Battle.net account to make sure you can get your hands on the drops. If you haven't seen them, you can check them out on the Overwatch Esports X platform or their post. There's some beautiful pictures of that, and it will just appear in your inventory if they're successfully connected. And of course, drop a follow too if you are new to Overwatch Esports. Plenty more content both for you to earn, but also to watch and grow as Overwatch players. I know that, like, when I first started playing, I learned a lot just from, like, listening and watching. Unfortunately, I can't execute my level of game knowledge to my actual gameplay, but it's helped a lot. We're there. We're getting closer.
Yeah, no, my ranked games are rough sometimes. You've seen from experience.
I've been in your ranked.
Yeah. But like, especially make sure you drop a follow. Next year's calendar is absolutely stacked.
Oh, yeah.
We got probably more Calling All Heroes. We got the Overwatch World Cup is back, right? Like that's like the giant thing, right? Overwatch World Cup is back. New improvised format. We got OWCS coming back. TBD locations for those major events. And even got Collegiate thrown in there. We got Face It. Like, make sure you follow. There's going to be streams going on all the time in 2026. Make sure you drop a follow. There'll be drops, I assume, for every single one of those as well. So make sure you stick around, get all the drops today and throughout the next year, because it'll be quite a year for Overwatch Esports fight, I guess.
Oh, well, we know it. I'm excited for a lot of it. And the fact that we even get to see these players, not only in OBCS, Collegiate, let me double check my notes here. For this roster, we have Santana, Peace, Nenwai, and Cinnabar, all on Collegiate teams for this, which is really cool to see, and plenty others scattered throughout the tournament that are competing. So it's great that there's so many different initiatives for people that are wanting to get into esports, are at that level, or even just wanting to try it out. Opportunities to get involved.
Yeah, it is crazy like how much overlap we have now with Calling Our Heroes and Collegiates and OWCS, and even if you want to throw in Face It Masters in there, it is one messed up Venn diagram. I'll say that it is one messed up Venn diagram. Just because a lot of these players, yeah, are in OWCS, but they're also in here in Calling All Heroes, and a few of them are also in Collegiate. Like Nenwai is one of them who is just all over the place, right? They were just on, I believe, SSG during the end of the OWCS season. They're on Brian and Stratton for Collegiate. They're here, obviously, with me and my friends gaming now for Calling All Heroes. You get a lot of action with the current setup here for Overwatch Esports. So, yeah, if you want anything, if you want to learn, especially take some notes on Peace, right? If you want to learn Vendetta, take some notes. Watch this when we're paused right now. Go back to the beginning of this map. Watch the VOD because I know I'll be doing that. Because I think Peace is showing everyone how to play Vendetta right now. That's how good they're playing.
Absolutely. I mean, it's the first time that we are seeing it at this high of a level. It's good. It's been fantastic. I do enjoy watching that, but it is unfortunate to have these couple of tech issues occur. We are going to send it to a bit of a break while we finish getting those sorted out. So make sure you go ahead, stay tuned. More Calling All Heroes to come right after this. Welcome back. That was a pretty surprise. We were just having a conversation. Was she back? Oh yeah, Cinnabar's back. You bet. And for those just tuning in, welcome to the Calling All Heroes Championships Day 3. Our 6 teams are looking for a spot in those grand finals, or rather, to be the new monarch of our 2025 circuit. For now, in our upper finals, it is a 1-0 lead from me and my friends gaming as the Dream on Starries looking to fight back, unfortunately dealing with some technical difficulties on their end. I've heard those are mostly sorted out at this point in time, so we should be going back into our map of Kings Row shortly.
Yeah, obviously, there's only so many things we can control and that the team can control, so I definitely feel for Cinnabar, and we talked about it. That sound barrier being gone is rough, because that would have been a massive buff for Dreamland to have, but instead, it will be the reset. So now this archway is going to be a great spot for me and my friends to hold. Even though, yes, you don't have a Mei or a Sim to kind of make this choke point difficult to push through. We got a whole lot of poke damage from Winter and Peace. Let's be waiting for somebody to cross.
Just know that Peace is gonna be lurking in the skies, ready to go just slice down on top of somebody. Like, there they are. Not on the ground that time, but it is the Kasuni Rush. That is enough for Peace to respect. I guarantee now respect now. The sound barrier is popped, and then what? Letting the team surge on Swords, but cautious, which is pretty good for Winter, especially as his phase is just popping out of the ground there on the venture. So, a couple sport ults used, nothing too much to gain from it. Unless your team on Starries, they're moving forwards, and Mage looking to get as much as she can out of it. There's a second strike, but gonna leave it at that. The Graviton Surge, though, rip her out of the ground along the wrist, and it's like shooting fish in a barrel for Winter as the kill feed explodes for me and my friends gaming.
Yeah, and Cinnabar kind of just gets left behind, but she is eventually dealt with by me and my friends gaming. 3:15 on the clock. And yes, a very expensive fight for me and my friends gaming. Grav, overclock, sound barrier all used. We still have Rush coming up here, which could be a nice little touch, as well as, you know, the Sundering Blade, which is a little tricky to use, but I don't know if they ended up using it. It's a very narrow hitbox, I will say.
Yeah, it's kind of like Barrage in a way. That you're pretty committed at that point. It's easy to get shot down if you're not careful about positioning. That can hurt if the opponent doesn't respect it. So maybe a disengage or like an engage tool. Not a middle of the fight thing. That's my theory about it. And Peace seems to be on the same page. That's two, but it's actually Midway finishes off. I believe it was Thundering Strike that got them all low, and Midway Winter, everybody ready to follow up on that.
Yeah, the ult gets everybody low, and then why there with the cheeky little 2K with the sound barrier, and not the sound barrier, with a little bit of a sound wave. So, yeah, great start for defense here for me and my friends gaming. We still have that Katsuni Rush in their back pocket. Nothing else, though. Going into the next Dreamland, gotta get something started. Again, these bubble combos, typically with a Tori onto Mage, hasn't worked out, and just like that, it's like the Boogeyman spawned in and swept Cinnabar away. I think they might be out of pause time. Nope, they're not.
No, and yeah.
Yeah. It's just been how this map has went, sadly.
Yeah, and for a little bit of context, Cinnabar is home for winter break off of her time at Grandview, playing collegiately there, and is at a PC cafe, to my understanding. Did swap PCs during our break, but it appears that one not working too well either, so I want to give it a little bit more time to go ahead and resolve for now. I will say, the Vendetta doesn't seem nearly as strong in defensive spots. Or maybe it's just because, like, it looks a little awkward to get those engages fully, especially when you have the veteran Bun, who can get into the fights much easier.
Yeah, it's definitely on the defense. It feels like you have to kind of just play the corners, kind of wait for them to initiate, and then go in, or just kind of be used as a threat rather than like anything substantial, at least early on. Like, hey, look at me, I'm about to dive in. You pay attention to me, and not, you know, Winter, who is up on the high ground lining up shots with the railgun. So, yeah, it's definitely a tricky slope here, and obviously not a play style that Dreamland Starries would have played against very much. So, you can tell Dreamland are kind of learning on the fly how they want to play this. It's almost similar to Venture, but a little bit more dynamic, I'd say. Venture, you can at least kind of coordinate and tell when they are going to go in. These can be from one side to the other side of a choke point in a blink of an eye, and it's really hard to try and track.
It's readable, not as readable, right? So Peace does what Peace wants. I think it's why that attack went so smoothly. for me and my friends gaming, especially with the amount of momentum that they did have. I think it's a comp that struggles at regaining momentum. If they have it, I think Vendetta is a fantastic snowbally type hero. They were able to work around, but for now it seems that me and my friends gaming, they have a decent defensive stock to work with. While we get Cinnabar back in the lobby, which I feel bad. We've like only been saying, oh, poor Cinnabar's been disconnected. I do want to give a moment to highlight the support line, though, of the Dreamland Stars. Because Cinnabar and Juno, this is their first time competing in Calling All Heroes this season, right? And everybody else in this lobby has been there at least 2, maybe 3. It's crazy to see how these two players basically came out of nowhere, especially Juno, who started competing in Rising and like very lower teams and challengers, to get picked up to this level of a roster. It showcases her level of talent. And then you have Cinnabar doing things like playing for Sakura earlier on this year in OWCS. And these are 2 very talented support players that are really making a difference and showing the potential that this tournament has to grow stars.
Yeah, Cinnabar, obviously, time with Sakura. Also played with Team Z during the final stage in NA. And yeah, Juno's been a great story. Like, Juno's kind of jumped into the scene a little bit, has having good success as well over in Face It Masters with her team. But she was on Moth Genesis for a long time and then just got picked up. It was with Avidity during the summer event. And then obviously a lot of that core team has now become Dreamland Starries. But Juno's really stepped up to the plate, I will say.
Absolutely.
So it's kind of been nice that during the summer tournament, it was kind of the worry of, hey, can Juno keep up with the rest of these players who have been around for a long time? The answer was immediately yes. Now the goal here for the team as a whole, can they step up to me and my friends gaming? Because it definitely feels like right now, and we kind of thought about this going into this tournament, they are still the favorites. Going into this, we knew Dreamland was probably the number 2 team, had the best chance to push them, and so far, it feels like there's maybe 1 or 2 things to adjust if they really want to get that upset, but one of them might just be, Cinnabar's situation. But obviously, there's always so much that she can do with the setup that she has right now.
Yeah, and for Dreamland Stars too, they don't even have any subs, so this is. And I really would like Cinnabar to be here to the best of her abilities. It's unlucky that it's happening to the Dreamland Stars in this moment, but it's great for you guys watching at home. And you get extra drop time, and shout out Cinnabar for that. But hopefully we do actually get back into the gameplay soon, because I want to see how this ends, people. It's been, I think we might have had more pause time this match than we have.
For this map, yeah. I think for this map we've hit that point. But I just looked over at chat. It's like, Cinnabar is the Unreal MVP. We're all getting our drops. I'm just like, you know what? Yeah, she is a person with people. She is. Even though, it's unfortunate. Yeah, we're kind of just sitting here on this graphic screen going through. But no, make sure you got everything connected. Twitch, YouTube, get all that free stuff. Get the Venture Rock Tea Party, which I know you'll.
When
we probably
cute.
play. When we probably play this week,
yes,
I know. When we play this week, I am assuming I'm going to see that as soon as you load it.
Well, the problem is I accidentally unequipped my sprays, so I'm gonna have to figure out how to re-equip my sprays. I couldn't figure out the settings. I got confused. Like, despite being like online and doing as much as I do, I can use my technology sometimes, including just the random settings that I equip. Because I'm weird. I get made fun of this all the time. I use my crouch button is C, but I use toggle crouch. And then my ultimate is on down scroll, unless it's Tracer.
What?
It's because I kept accidentally hitting Q too many times.
Oh.
When I tried to hit tab.
God.
So I have short fingers, so I kept missing or hitting like both Q and tab. So I'm like, you know what? It'll just be down scroll. And it's great. It works out. But it did mess up my settings when I did that, so I will need to revert some of it to make sure the spray is there. Because everyone needs to see the Venture Rock Tea Party.
Yeah, I won't. Yeah, it's great. I will say that's just for me. Like, my punch is my top mouse button, like on the side of my mouse.
Button?
Like, like the buttons on like the left
like
side of your mouse.
Oh yeah.
Yes,
Why'd you say that's not on top? That's on the side of the mouse.
Sorry, the front one is my punch. My back one is crouch.
There's 2.
So, yeah, I have 2.
Oh, there are 2. I just looked at my mouse.
So that is how I do it, and I've got clowned for it. So I don't know if I'm like, chat. Let us know. Let us know your weird keybinds in chat. I'll actually. Yeah. I have chat up. If we're in this pause long enough, I will read them off. So we'll have a little bit of chat interaction here as we're waiting for Cinnabar to get through and hopefully get this set. I believe, yeah, after this, if Cinna DCs, they will just play out. Okay, so that was their last pause. Cinnabar, hey, last chance. PC, let's see if the PC can make it through the rest of the map.
Yep, fingers crossed, everybody. Give a little cheer for the Cinnabar PC and make sure stays intact for the remainder of our round. Minute 45 for Dreamland Stars through 3 with me and my friends gaming. Want to whittle that down? It's a graphics one surge out of hit Tori, but that backfired so fast. The accelerated fire rate from Z's Kitsune Rush, there just wasn't a chance for anyone to follow up.
Yeah, nobody can follow up, and now Dreamland. Full reset. What? Maybe the longest reset we've ever had. What, 5-6 minute reset? But hey, let's see if they can make it happen now. Juno has the Kitsune Rush. We'll see if she can make some magic happen here with it, at least get them in the door. But there's a sound barrier on the other end that they have to worry about anyways.
Yeah, it's all get too hot for Dreamland Stars. Not a ton of tools to work with, only this Kitsune Rush, and they want to go first and maybe burn through Santana before the grab is off. It was close, but yeah, Nanoai's not going to allow that to happen. Instead, it's Tori who pops it like a balloon. Like good cracking for Winter. On that frag is great. I just did off on a headshot. That was the mage, and yeah, this time make down to less than a minute now for the Stars to get through the point.
Yeah, the Stars, and that card continues just to regress and regress. So where they were one fight away, they're probably almost 2 fights away at this point. So guaranteed overtime if they're going to cap, but this could be a very quick engage.
Whoa, 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 whoa. We are sending it into the backlines. Attack doesn't want to allow anyone to touch. Tori is annihilated once again, and I'm thinking Santana needs to grab a conch surge. They'll hold on to that till tomorrow, or maybe for the next 17 seconds. That is all that remains for the Dreamland Stars. A touch near impossible with he's literally touching the small doors.
Maybe Mage can make their way around. I think we just saw her on the left trying to make her way around, but yeah, I think it's going to be tricky here.
Yeah, well, can't really move when the forces of gravity are against you. Santana saving that for one final strike, and all but the end of our Kings Row match. Me and my friends gaming one map away, Jesse, and they will find themselves in the grand finals.
Yeah, one map away, and what a start here. Again, Winter, I think it got lost in all the DC chaos, but still an unbelievable map for the Sojourn of me and my friends gaming. My MVP probably so far, as much as, you know, Peace's flashy plays have really been great. I think Winter's has been so consistent. And it's been unbelievable. I wouldn't honestly be shocked if a Soj ban comes in. I really wouldn't, because that's how well Winter is playing right now in this hero.
Winter's too good. I think Sojourn is... I think Sojourn's been Winter's best hero for a while. The fact that Sojourn's also still really pretty good. That's kind of nice. It's kind of nice for Winter. Again, Kings Row, Winter map. It's Winter. Winter is winter time. That was confusing, but in conclusion, Winter is good. Be afraid if you are Dreamland Stars, and I have a feeling they're starting to get afraid. Down 2-0, backs up against the wall now. One map pick that they have left in their favor from here on out. If it is a reverse sweep, that privilege will go over to me and my friends game.
Yeah, so this is, again, last chance here for Dreamland. Can they find a way to bring this back around? Because that even felt pretty dominant. Yes, obviously it's 3-1 on the scoreline, but felt pretty dominant from me and my friends gaming. So let's see if they can find some sort of answer. I don't know if the dive necessarily is, because it didn't go well on Ilios. There was times when it went, the rush went okay here on Kings Row. I wonder if you just go like push or flashpoint, kind of go to a more chaotic map type to maybe see if the chaos can somehow bring some stability to this team.
That's kind of the hope. It's been difficult to see Dreamland Stars. They just can't play this game because me and my friends gaming are already there before Dreamland can fully think about what their plan is going to be. I mean, the proactivation from this squad is impeccable, especially because, like, on paper, or at least in my head before this game, these teams are very evenly matched when it comes across, like, each individual role. I would compare, like, hit scan, tank to tank, and so on. That's even, but the team play from me and my friends gaming and their overall aggression is really making them stand out.
Yeah, no, it's been incredible. It's like, no matter when, we're like, oh, we're talking about this. Oh, stand up play. Boom. All right, pop off play, fight's done. It's ridiculous. So, yeah, overall, it's just been a fantastic series so far for me and my friends gaming. Even giving us our first Vendetta win
Yeah.
officially here on the Overwatch Esports channel. So already the new hero in Season 20, making her mark here on the OW Esports page. And I have a feeling we're going to be seeing a lot more of it, especially if Peace continues playing it like they have been.
Yeah.
Don't be surprised if we keep seeing it.
I wonder if we get a Vendetta ban, honestly.
I wouldn't be shocked. I really wouldn't.
I do feel like Vendetta, especially at this level of team gameplay, is going to struggle on more open maps. I think there's very few like niche spots that can work. Kings Row being one of them. Let me look at my map pool real quick just to check what we have remaining here. We have, and for Escort, there's Shambhali's Monastery, maybe an option that could work out if you wanted to do that. I think either of the push maps would work out. New Queen Street would be, or not New Queen Street. I was looking at New Junk City and I saw the new, and I just auto-filled with New Queen Street for some reason. New Junk City is the other place that could be picked up here. It just depends. Is the Vendetta really the problem, or is it just kind of this overall unit that has been destroying this team, basically doing like a front to back with Peace and Santana together?
Yeah, God, I really just don't know. And it's really going to depend on comfort here for Dreamland. Like, hey, what's the best map we've been playing in for scrims recently, right? Like, that might honestly just be the question. I'd say best case scenario for Dreamland, there is a decent chance that this is a grand final, right?
Yeah.
Like, this easily could, so I think you just kind of take your notes here. Even if it ends up being an 0-3 sweep, take your notes, go into the lower final. Either we'll see, obviously, we'll go down to 4 teams today. If I had to guess, it'll probably be Exo Sakura being that team in the lower final against whoever loses this. I wouldn't put it past Nightmare Eclipse to make it that far. They've actually been playing really well as of late. But, you know, I think for Dreamland, it's definitely a learning experience trying to figure out, hey, how to play against Vendetta, but also a team like this who is just so good. They have all the history from playing on DK, and it's just been too much for them to handle so far.
Every tournament we've seen me and my friends gaming playing, even if it's under a different name, and it just looks better and better every single time.
Yeah.
And it's looking to be the case here. Up 2-0, a very important decision in the hands of Dreamland Starries, but we're actually going to send it to another break, get some more of our technical issues sorted out, and then we'll come back with the remainder of our series as well as the other matches today. So stay tuned. More Calling All Heroes yet to come. again to yap some more, but just a little bit more. We are still sorting out some technical difficulties for our teams, but we wanted to make sure that all of our people that are here watching from home know what they actually have to earn today from watching our players put on their best performances on the tournament. We got some cool viewer incentives, and just, I mean, I've been yapping about these all day, about how cool these actually look. Maybe you want to yap about them. Which one's your favorite? What were we looking at for?
I don't know. Well, I just got the Pachi Cup. I have the stream up. I'm like, okay, I got my Pachi Cup drop. I don't know. I think that one, or I love the banner. Like, the banner feels like you're about to go on a nice
Macaroon
picnic.
banner?
Yeah, the lower banner is just awesome. I think it's fantastic. Even though we're kind of the cold of winter right now, there's a nice little bit of like, hey, spring is around the corner, everybody. Just gotta fight through the cold. If you're anywhere near where Molly and I are right now, I think it's like 1 degree outside for me. So, you know,
Hey, at
it's
least you're out of the
a little
negatives.
cold. Hey, we're out of the negative temperatures, but make sure you got everything connected. When we are in pause, you guys are still getting the drops. Do not worry about that. I saw some people in chat talking about it. Hey, drops are still going, even when we're in pause, on break, trying to get all these tech issues figured out. So make sure you got everything connected to make sure you get these drops, because they're just so dang nice. And I will say, I did go through some of the comments of like, hey, the weird keybinds. Someone has their entire movement set on their mouse. I don't even want. I got to know how many buttons you have on your mouse to make that work.
You can play Overwatch one-handed almost.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. If that was you,
okay.
Shout out you. Put it in chat how that works, because now I'm very invested.
There you go. Well, we'll have to find out. I do want to. Well, we'll keep an eye out for more weird keybinds and other fun things that are going on for Overwatch. But we are gonna return to our little break again. Do not fret. You will still get your drops from watching, and hopefully in about 10 minutes we will have everything sorted out and continue our series. So stay tuned. Calling All Heroes winners of finals. We'll be back momentarily. Welcome back once again to the Calling All Heroes 2025 Championships. It's our winners finals. It was me and my friends gaming up 2-0 match point. And if they win this next one, Jesse, they have a ticket straight to the Grands.
Yeah, and they must be feeling pretty good right now, I will say. It feels like me and my friends gaming just are a step above everyone else in this tournament. And that even is Dreamland Starry's case. Yes, internet and external factors hasn't necessarily been the greatest aid to them today. But overall, I still think me and our friends gaming have done a fantastic job of just kind of playing their style as it forced Dreamland to really find some pivots and play style, and have not been able to keep up with the pace that me and my friends have been playing with, especially with the Vendetta gameplay on King's Row. It was great to see the new hero getting some action, and it feels like Peace already has a pretty good feeling on how they're gonna work.
Yeah, it's just Vendetta, right? I think this is a very Peace hero, known for their Genji in previous maps. And speaking of maps that could be good for Vendetta, Renasapi, I think, is on that list, or at least for parts of it. It is the selection of the Dreamland Stories and the final selection that they are going to have being pushed. You would think they'd want to play fast. We're not. They're bad Lucio. So that means Kiriko Wooyoung or Juno Brig, which seems a little more likely.
Yeah, I think the Juno Brig is probably the most likely here, especially on this map. It feels like it's the go-to, and the Ramatra is banned on the other side. And Hitori has played Ramatra a few times already today. You know, friends gaming, they've played more of either, you know, the Sigma or the Diva or even the Zarya a lot during King's Row. So might as well just get the Ramatra out of the way. Maybe that's a sign that now that the Sigma ban has been exhausted from Dreamland Starries, that this is where it could pop out. But I'd say it's more likely we see that Winston or Zarya return.
Yeah, I feel even Zarya might be a bit of a stretch on this particular map. It's been like, it kind of started more as a dive, but I feel like it's evolved into more like a brawly type deal. We did see Santana play the Zarya on this map before, and I have a feeling the Ramatra ban almost guarantees that will be the case. Hitori, I think out of all the tanks she plays, has been more shaky on the Zarya compared to some of her other picks, and forcing that to be a mirror is a good choice for me and my friends gaming. I'm a little surprised that they just opted to take with Lucio, unless it has to do with the unfortunate text difficulties that we have been dealing with. So that's what we'll find out as we prepare for map number 3. See if the series will go any longer, or if me and my friends gaming said, nope, we're done, we want to go to Grands.
Yeah, we'll see here. I believe the situation was if they couldn't find any sub, Cinnabar would be back in, but they wouldn't be, the pauses would not be as long, or they found an e-sub. We'll find out actually here in just a moment.
Ooh,
on
I
which
have news.
Situation we ended up, and what is, oh!
We do have an
e-sub. I see the news.
Okay, there we go. Proda will be summing in for Cinnabar this time. If you're not familiar with Proda, is currently on Bryant and Stratton College and played plenty in Calling All Heroes and on WCS. Is a flex support player though, so I have a feeling that is why the Lucio was banned out. So now double flex support is in for Dreamland Starries. I know that line has been blurred as of late, but it is going to change how this team plays. Backs against the wall, playing with the substitutes. How's this gonna react? If we get a Wrecking Ball, I will think that's pretty interesting. But yeah, for the time being, though, will be the Zarya Juno Brig that we are expecting.
We will see the Wrecking Ball. All right. Well, I think when you have this double flex support, you almost have to run something like the ball, because you can't rely on as consistent of healing. You're going more for broke setup where it's going to be a lot of damage. So yeah, I think this could work. And hey, you can't get bullet as tank as badly on ball against the Vendetta. So could be an answer here. Alexander, very long rotation over.
Where is she going?
The Widow. Where is she going? Oh, Hitori.
How is Hitori? Okay, you know, I have so many questions about how this fight's going, but you said that, you know, you can't really beat up a Wrecking Ball as much. He's just gonna have a field day with this backline. Okay, I take it back. Mage just punched him in the face. Fair enough. The Torbjorn will get staggered out. Rather a bit of a gutsy flank. Somehow Alexander is still alive. Not entirely sure where, but lurking in the backline, seeing if they can grab a pick. Mage actually has gotten two, despite being really dead thanks to the turret still being placed out. as he's just making sure Santana can live on, as Satori will harass and do what Wrecking Ball does best.
Yeah, just kind of looping everyone around. This bot hasn't really moved a whole lot. Zeez is just trying to stay out of the way. So far has been able to do that, but the fight now resumes. Juno on the Zen. You just gotta watch out. Santana goes low, but Hattori falls once again, this time to Peace.
Yeah, Peace is even on a fast target as the hamster there. Not having too hard of a time putting her on the chopping block. Alexander, looking for a shot. My goodness!
My God.
What a flick from her. Been known for the Widowmaker and these sniper type hit scans in the past. It's kind of cool, but Dreamland Stories have been actually stalling the payload a decent amount. You'd think at this point in the game that it would be pretty much at the first checkpoint by now, but not even halfway there as a result of Hattori just existing.
Yeah, and already Peace right into the back line once again, looking for someone, and finds Juno. Proto's dead immediately after. And Alexander, well, yeah, now you got a giant Russian in your face. That is not a good thing.
Zarya parkour. Santana got the perk up, but no, the hammer kill. Then why? Got slapped by Mage. Oh, you hate to see it, but in my friends gaming, not too disappointed in the result. I think Dreamland Stories at this point have accepted their situation, are going to do their best to catch their opponents off guard. Oh, then why?
Oh, that's rude.
Then why? Do the thing.
NY did do the thing. We have Mercy gameplay in Calling All Heroes. Never in a million years did I think that was happening.
No, that's illegal. How did
that is quite up there. It already got value. Let's go.
NY pulls out the pistol, blasts Alexander into tomorrow, then gets the resurrection on disease. This is the most value I've seen out of Mercy gameplay in a hot minute in the competitive space for at least the esports side. Then went out the first one to pull this out, but no, I'm sorry, I don't think you're winning a 1v1 against a near full health Hattori in that moment.
Juno to try and save her.
Juno popped the trick to try to save Hattori from the Mercy, or maybe
right.
herself. I'm not entirely sure what happened. Payload has been stalled-ish for the time being. Me and my friends gaming are rather split up, to say the least, and Santana should go down here too, so Emo Stars will eventually get that flip no win for these.
Or is he just looking at him like, oh no. Hattori, yeah, nice little pile drive, almost finds Peace. The guard is just enough. Oh my God. No.
All right, people, place your bets right now. How many hammer kills are we going to see in this series? Mage already's got 2. This might get worse. I mean, Juno on the ER now. Another attempted output of damage, but yeah, this has evolved into, or rather devolved into complete and utter chaos.
Yeah, no, this is... I think if you have a bingo card for these, which I think we should have more and more of them, you might be getting everything checked off.
There's a third one! Number 3, hammer kill for those keeping track. Second one, or actually third one on Deadway. All 3 hammer kills have been on Deadway so far. Me and my friends gaming actually falling over. Kind of easy to chase them when you can see where they are. Thanks to Alexander. Looking for a shot on Z's, but she will stay nice and safe.
And forward spawns have finally been reset for me and my friends gaming.
Woohoo!
So that's at least something. Here, Alexander, yeah, just trying to find something early as Dreamland Stories. Get this cart moving on forward. Obviously, the minefield is available here for Victoria. She wants to cause a little bit of chaos here up top. Bunch of ults, though. Here we go.
Yeah, that's to get a whole lot. Does chunk Hattori down to, well, actually, no, Santana was there. Help finish that one off. Speeding up a pylon for turning their sights over to Juno on the Yari and not having anything to do with Alexander either. Dreamland Stories, though, look how much payload progress they actually got. It's very close to the first checkpoint, despite all of the carting.
Yeah, they get a lot, and even though I think, yeah, Mage is stuck behind, not going to get the hammer kill this time, my friend. But no, yeah, a whole lot of cart progress, and Hattori back trying to make something happen, but we'll have to roll on out as 4 minutes to go. Still, yeah, me and my friends gaming in the driver's seat, and let's see now what Winter can do with the damage boost.
I guarantee Nano's not even watching what they're doing. It's just looking at the little furry guy.
Yeah.
I'm saying it. I'm so if anyone knows, that would be good to know. But for now, Winter, it'll be an overclock from her. But Tori chases her down. Actually got a mana boost from Rhoda on the Ana and the Cora of all things. Cleans up everybody else. So Dream on Stars, they can check win off that.
They probably will. Here in a second, it's Tori just almost doing a little bit of a scouting run. Just checking to see where everybody is, and well, almost doesn't get out, but instead, Grav, Santana has it.
Yeah, where'd it go? Oh, it's way over there. Oh, by Rhoda. That's unfortunate. I didn't even see where that went. It was so far away. A little bit of a snipe there. Speaking of snipe, Alexander and Juno finding one piece on that piece. The actual one that we're going to be talking about is currently contesting the payload. About 3 meters away from getting that forward checkpoint. That could be allowed. Alexander just existing in the middle of nowhere. Popping a couple shots up at Z's, who is like, I said the sky. I was another hammer kill, by the way, that happened. Beautiful shot to follow through. Dream on Stars, did they just take lead? Like, what? This is crazy.
I don't think it'll be lead, but it's a guaranteed at least close spawns. And maybe even more than that. Let's see. Juno, who made the swap over recently to the Alari, now has the captive Sun, and Mage playing a little close. A piece is dead.
Alexander's still hitting the shot. I mean, look at that robot. That's just gonna be the exchange, isn't it? I mean, there's nobody there to contest it. Oh, maybe there is somebody. Alexander has gone down. Juno was the one that was pushing. Eventually said to have swaps over the Diva. There's the Genji. Me and my friends gaming is like, okay, enough of this chaos. We need to lock in these last 2 minutes.
Yeah, time to lock in. We cannot be losing to the Mage Tour. Like that's
or
maybe
hammer
what
kills,
or the hammer kills. Yeah, the hammer kills are pretty insane. I will give Mage that. The hammer kills are pretty nuts. But no, forward spawns reset now for Dreamland Starries, and me and my friends gaming moving back on. Santana looking for Juno, has a little bit of help, and we'll be able to finish it up with Z, and that'll be forward spawn recaptured.
Yeah, well, there you go. Me and my friends gaming, inching closer to extending that lead, which is much needed, considering how far Dreamland Starries ended up getting. And woo! Just found Nenwai's head, but they have personal shield. They'll be okay. Can't quite say the same for Tori or even now Alexander. That is a rally to Brigitte. Nenwai is walking at the Windmaker with Juno. Throws a captive Sun that only lands onto one, but yeah, it just doesn't result in all that much at the end of the day. Tenna forced out of mech, caught the self-destruct, but will safely return to that. But this is where Dreamland Stars really want to commit. Mana boost on Ori, but the response to the consuming rush, a little too much for them to handle with having a lack of a front line in that department. So me and my friend gaming, they're going to keep this one round walking, or maybe not. Santana did go down. It's going to be difficult to sustain this unless Winter manages to clean this up, which wouldn't be impossible. He's done it before. My goodness, there's a second. Now for her, is Bun just... Okay, no, that's just the turret. I thought Bun was behind the turret for a second, but no.
Yeah, I know, just hitting it like, hey, guys, is it okay? Is the ball gone? Is it safe to come out? No, 131 meters for me and my friends gaming. Feeling like this is going to be a sweep and them clinching their spot in tomorrow's grand final. But still, a chance here for Dreamland Starries to make something happen.
Yeah, one fight away here from flipping this around. Winter still doing winter things, regardless if it's a very summery type warm map. He's pulled out the blade, or I guess in this case the lead pipe, judging by the skin. Doesn't fight a whole lot, but that's what Winter's for. That's 2 shots, 2 kills. Winter for the oh my goodness, Winter. That's away. Pulls it out with a bang. Full cap for me and my friends gaming. They've booked themselves a ticket into the Calling All Heroes Grand Finals.
They will be there tomorrow against one of the, 6 teams remaining left in this tournament. But yeah, an overall fantastic performance. This was kind of what we expected from me and my friends gaming. I do wonder what this series could have been if Cinnabar's situation was a little bit better, but overall, still phenomenal showing here from me and my friends gaming. They booked that grand final spot, and they even threw in a little bit of vendetta gameplay into the mix. But yeah, it's going to take a lot for whoever ends up in that grand final against them to take down this team, because they are on a roll at the moment.
Yeah, for the record, me and my friends gaming have not lost a map in this championship playoffs. They have not lost a map in the summer season playoffs, Jesse. Like, that is how dominant this team has been as of recent. They had a bit of up and down to the beginning of the year, but later it's gone. It's just been dominance and only dominance from the squad. They get a little bit of silly at the end, but I think at that point, Dreamland Stories, they accepted their fate. It was an unfortunate situation that they are in. If a team has a chance to run it back to the grand finals, I think it is them, going against the likes of Exo Sakura, Valentine, Fable, and Nightmare Eclipse in the lower bracket. That's what we will find out. But for now, both of these teams are as good as done until Sunday.
Yeah, both of the teams now can kind of just watch these last 2 games in lower round 2 play out. Maybe get a little bit of a taste of, hey, what are these teams running? Especially if you're Dreamland, you will be playing against one of these 4 teams on Sunday. But there will be it for a little bit. We're not going to have an interview because of the fact that we had all of the tech delays. So after the break, we'll be going to our next series, heading down to the lower bracket for a banger. You don't want to miss it.
thank you so much for your patience handling all of that goes on in the Calling All Heroes Championships. It's day number 3 of our playoffs. We have 6 teams that remain, and yes, we did have another match. It is double elim. It will be another Dreamland story in the lower finals after the conclusion, but we gotta figure out who will be facing off against them. The bracket is a little deceiving. The Dreamland stories are, in fact, one further. The winners of the 2 matches of Sakura Fable and Nightmare Eclipse Valentine will be playing for the privilege to face against the Dreamland Stories. But for now, Jesse, we get to turn our attention to the unfortunate part of today, is that somebody has to go home.
Yeah, it's kind of more depressing part of the day where 2 teams will be knocked out here in top 6 for Calling Our Heroes champs, and our first one is Sakura against Fable. And if you've been around Calling Our Heroes for a while, you recognize both of these names, especially Fable, who has been around for a very long time in different iterations. Now trying to make another little cheeky run, and Sakura got knocked out by Dreamland last weekend. So maybe eyeing a little bit of revenge in that lower final if they can make it.
Yeah, I think Sakura as a roster, incredibly strong on paper. I mean, when I look at this team,
oh my God, yeah.
it's actually insane, the potential that they have. But I think that compared to past tournaments throughout the year, where they've been pretty confidently, like, vying for, like, to second, or sometimes first, they seem solidly in third, kind of with how things have changed as of late. But they're going to be looking to change that, or rather, see how much further they can go, as they are in the lower bracket earlier than anticipated. And there's just so much talent from top to bottom. I don't entirely know where to start with this roster, other than say Mari, that's my goat, on the tank. Plays literally everything. Her hero pool, very buffed for this particular patch, including the Sigma, Diva, and Zarya, all up there at the lead. And then, of course, the CEO of Venture themselves in Jeremy87 will be starting. There can be subs for this roster, which is something to note later.
Yeah, especially between Jeremy and Zoe. We've seen them kind of swap in and out depending on what kind of comps they're running. If Venture is involved, you know who will be in, though, and that will be Jeremy. So, yeah, excited to see what this roster does. Ivory, obviously new to this roster in particular, was on the Avidity roster during the summer stage. So, going to be a little bit of tall shoes to fill, but Ivory was one of the big reasons why Avidity had the run they did this year. Yep. So, don't be shocked if Ivory's lighting up the kill feed. They won in the spring with Avidity. They got second when they lost to DK. So, yeah, this is a fantastic roster across the board. And even got Regime, which, if you guys have been following all year long, one of the most fun people to interview, but also one of the most chaotic players we have here in Calling Out Heroes.
I think that's a great way to describe Sakura, honestly. This is a team that they like their chaos, and it can be very difficult to find your way through, especially with players like Regime and Jeremy in the mix. We gotta look at their opponents today in Fable. This is one of the most storied names in Calling All Heroes. They have not quite won a tournament yet, despite how long this team has competed. They looked fantastic in some of our smaller Academy 101 and 201 events this year, finishing 2nd and 3rd respectively. From there on out, it's been 5th and 6th, 7th and 8th. They are struggling to make these deep playoffs runs that we are used to seeing. They have this core in Avery, in Kita-san Black, aka Persona, with Panther and Fiery on the support. But the one key thing to note here is you're like, Kia, isn't that a support player? In fact, yes, she is. INVU, who has been a breakout player, the first time we've seen her compete in Calling All Heroes was the championships. She is that good that she got picked up just to play in the final event of the year. She unfortunately is unable to play today, so Kia will be taking her spot on the DPS.
Yeah, we may actually see that swap around during this. Don't be shocked if you see Kia and Panther maybe swap roles, but we're not really sure exactly yet how often that will be happening, so we'll keep an eye on it. But Avery as well, holding it down on tank, has been kind of one of the most consistent tanks we've had in Calling Out Heroes for a very long time. Has been on Fable now for a little bit, and let's see if they can have anything happen. Obviously, they play in Bellevue, which just had maybe one of their best collegiate years in a long time. So coming off of a high-end collegiate, let's see if they can make a big impact here and stave off elimination.
I mean, it's going to be a tough journey for Fable, to say the very least. Not only do you not get first map and banned, you're playing with some subs, you're working with some last-minute things. Did have the opportunity to do a bit of a scrim earlier today, I believe, to see how things fit out in terms of their DPS sub situation, but at the end of the day, this is Exo Sakura. This is their main roster, and overall, a team that wants to punch back. The one thing that will be interesting, especially seeing the Symmetra and Zarya bans, is Mari and Avery have pretty much identical hero pools. Like, does that mean, like, there's no beams? Are we playing Diva? Are we playing Ramantra? What exactly are we looking at for map 1?
Maybe Junker Queen from Mari. I never toss it out because I know Mari is known. She's pulled it out before, so I wouldn't be shocked if she did once again. But hey, let's wait and see what they want to run. Nepal, you can kind of run a good mix of everything. It can be a lot of dive. It can be a lot of rush. Mainly, we're going to see the rush though. The Symmetra being banned is actually pretty big. We've seen a lot more Symmetra on control as of late. So having that banned out right away kind of sets the tone of like, hey, we want to play rush, but not like egregiously fast rush where you have to have your head on a swivel and make sure you're checking your back 24/7. Like, that's a different type of rush, and we've seen it, honestly, across a few different competitions now. You either know how to play this very quick, chaotic sim style, or you try and play a tamed down version, but that can be more easily countered. So I think the easier thing to do is just ban it out, and that's what happens there.
To my knowledge, neither of these teams have played Symmetra yet this tournament. So I guess more of a safety assurance that nobody has tried it since last week. Something else I am wondering about, Nepal can be a good Sigma map. Avery and Mari both love that hero. As Mari likes to put it, she is a certified astrophysicist and can be pretty strong if she gets that off. With Zarya and Symmetra being out of the mix, those are two heroes that make it difficult to play that Pope. I do wonder if that's a direction that they go into, leaning more into like Ivory's hit scan prowess, and either the Freya or the Sojourn. Or Persona.
Yeah, especially the Soj, I could see. So let's look. Z Panther, it looks like we'll be on the DPS to start off here. Yep, there it is. So, oh, wow, that was maybe not exactly what I thought the answer was going to be. But hey, we've seen crazier things today. I'm not going to lie. So, hey, why not?
I'm not gonna question until we get out of the spawn. I do feel pretty proud. The Sigma guess was correct, at least. A very strong poke. Avery and Mari, when they first started playing, they were known for their Sigma gameplay. This is exactly the way to go ahead and do it. Exo Sakura, if Jeremy stays on this vendetta, Jeremy called themselves like a 3-trick all the time, and it keeps expanding every single year, every time a new hero comes out. I think we're gonna be up to 5-trick now, since vendetta will be picked up.
Yeah, the Vendetta once again being shown. So second series in a row, we're seeing the new hero that just joined in season 20. But Z Panther, again, taking advantage of the Bastion buff that was recently put into the game, but going to have a lot of issue actually poking out for too long because you can tell Ivory and Mari have them marked pretty heavily.
Ooh. A lot of chip damage and rather boulders being thrown across these short lines, and eventually we'll get to the more brawly part, which Fable is favored in since you have the Mei and the Bastion. Once that artillery form is forced out and Kia gets crushed against the wall by a accretion from Mari, it would be great, but unfortunately, since Mari is the only one that died for Exo Sakura, it just doesn't matter. You cannot sustain on this point without a tank unless Ivory and Regime continue to work magic like they are, but no, eventually it will be Jeremy who comes up with the last blow, and Fable will get first cap.
Yeah, Fable first cap, and yeah, again, I saw somebody talking about a chat. The kill feed's bugged. Kill feed is bugged, so pay attention to the names, not the colors. Instead of it defaulting to the colors we have on screen, it'll always show blue as someone on whoever we're spectating their team, and orange for the others. So if that helps you pay attention to what's going on, yeah, apologies, but it is a known bug. Hopefully, it is being worked.
Yep, it gets it every once in a while. I've actually not been caught by it today, so.
It caught me a few times today.
Yeah. Well, speaking of getting caught, I don't think Exo Sakura should get caught with the pants down here. It might be a boulder on top of the gas. You know, how in the world is Kitasan Black still alive? It's because Fiery's sound barrier is up, but Regimes didn't quite catch on to Jeremy. That's a bigger problem. Kitasan Black better be thanking Fiery for that. Fantastic timing from her, but yeah, Fable still struggling to move forward. Mari has been dominant on this Sigma performance so far, and they just are struggling to break through these chokes.
Yeah, struggling to break through. Once the Sigma gets set up, it can be really difficult to push on past, especially with the buff. Even though, yes, they got kind of, I don't want to say shadow nerfed, but hotfix nerfed. dim down the impact damage a little bit with those spheres. It's still an overall buff at 5 damage per sphere. And now the flux goes up in the rock mix.
Avery, yeah, you're not getting out of that alive. Jeremy had an overhead sling lined up yesterday for that one, and overclock maybe a little over the top, especially with the gravitic flux being committed there, but you take what you can get. Team like for Exo Sakura, they're looking for one more to beat Rock.
Yeah, one more to get the sub map, go into round 2, 1-0 up, and they still have one ultimate remaining here, and Avery, nice avoid on the accretion.
Okay, Avery, I like to see it. What kind of parkour was that, Jeremy? All right, you know what? I'm not going to question it. Jeremy does what Jeremy wants, and right now that is going to make, never mind, no health back for you, Jeremy. Kia said that's not allowed at this point. Next Sakura, though, overtime will whittle on down. Fable, you got one more touch, presumably from Z Panther, who did not last long in the slightest. It will inevitably go over to them for the brawliest of our 3 rounds.
Precision and control.
Yeah, the brawl goes in favor of Exo Sakura. And yeah, overall, again, this is why they're entering this as the 3 seed, at least in a lot of people's minds. Fable probably closer to the 5 or the 6. So theoretically, this would be an upset from Fable, but yeah, good God, this is just
Avery's 14-0. Like,
yeah.
All right.
And Pauline is second in lobby in Ilios.
Yeah, that's how Exo Sakura are playing. They want to get this poke, and hey, Kiriko with the nerf, still pretty good. If you can land your shots, and Ivory and Pauline are doing a pretty good job of that so far. Looks to be the same comps rolling out onto round 2. Only D-Panther on the Genji.
Yeah, Panther giving up on the Tracer, like, hey, maybe the play is to actually deflect a lot of that damage instead of just trying to blink away. Other than that, everything pretty much staying the same. Jeremy already getting busy.
Yeah, a couple of boulders being exchanged. I mean, Avery has been on the losing end of that. I mean, talk about Rock Muncher being venture. I think Avery is being forced to munch on rocks and not enjoying it in the slightest. Exo Sakura, yeah, they're just going to get the first part of the point. Very good push from them.
Yeah, and this is going to be a little bit of an issue. You know, Akita-san Black, I will say, she's getting a lot of good damage in early in these fights. It just feels like the finish isn't there. So let's see if they can maybe find that final shot with the railgun, or if the follow-up will be there, but it won't be now.
Yeah, nope, not this time. Ivory eventually will fly into the head of their Sojourn counterpart, so she'll keep on firing away at Will. Z Panther, not too happy about it, dashes in, but a quick slide and a Suzu will make sure Ivory is good to fight another day. Fable, still on this point, 4v5, just missing the Sojourn at this time with no real ult. If Ivory can go down, it was a rather risky maneuver to try to slide through the objective like that, but she's still managing to stay safe thanks to the work of Regime and Pauline. Eventually, we'll see the eliminations come through. Ivory gets that final elim that she wants, thanks to Sakura, keep the presence on the point.
Yeah, point will continue to be a lockdown, and yeah, it just seems like Fable not finding any sort of crack in the armor. As Mori got the levitate part. Love it. Wanted to go up on the high ground, but maybe a little bit too much damage already going on. Pauline will have the Kitsune rush to go into this. Mori, look at this. She's already kind of going on top of this pillar, being like, hey, I can just go in between. This is a great setup for an ult.
Sigma parkour. That's what we call this. It looks easy. Oh, the boop! Oh, no! Fiery! Regime sends a reeling off the map. Oh, not the way you want it to go, but if you're going to walk by a cliff, you bet Regime's going to be hanging out there. Ivory, just a little extra sauce on it with the overclock. Might not get any final blows, but man, does that chuck Akita-san Black relatively low here before Regime sails on in. Does Regime things? Exo Sakura, Jesse. It's looking like this map is going to be there as Fable having Avery swap over the ball to attempt a touch, but they're just struggling to move past the Sigma. Eventually, I think they get it, but maybe last 2 seconds at most. They wasn't trying to get through, but yeah, Regime has a Fiery's number on Lucio. That'll do it for Nepal. Exo Sakura with map 1.
Yeah, pretty dominant win here from Exo Sakura to start off, and again, with it being a sub situation for Fable, you feel for them a little bit. Probably not exactly what they were wanting to run today, but hey, they're trying to make it work, and I think regardless, the Sigma buffs that came in are making Exo Sakura a very dangerous team, because Mari can just lock it in on the Sigma, even on maps that historically are rush favored, they're still making it work on the Sigma. That can be a very scary sight for not only Fable, but any team left in this bracket.
I was gonna say, the players that are probably happiest about the Sigma improvements are Avery and Mari, for sure.
Yeah,
100%. Yeah, I think it's a little bit difficult for Fable because you don't have your full roster. You made some adjustments last second, so you have to figure out how to work around that. But I think Mari's happy as a clam. Jeremy is just having the time of their life on another new hero, which doesn't surprise me. As somebody who, seeing them play Venture, I think Vendetta is right up their alley with the type of gameplay they enjoy. So that's another fun one to keep an eye on. But Exo Sakura stocks, they're going up right now.
Oh, they're skyrocketing. And like you said, it's a very similar playstyle to Venture. Obviously, your escape isn't burrowing into the ground. Your escape's more with the dash up and trying to slide away. But honestly, it's still, hey, you're going in, using a bunch of your abilities, trying to get out. It's the same kind of cycle that you're going into these fights with. And yes, there's going to be some growing pains. But Jeremy is looking great on it so far and not really slowing it down. I would love to see them play Peace with the Vendettas. That would be chef's kiss. Maybe we'll get that in grand final, but obviously Exo Sakura got a long ways to go before they even get close to that, as we Fables map ban now to decide where we go for map 2.
Yeah, it's like what, 3 matches they gotta win, not including this one, in order to actually no, 3 matches to get to grands, 4 to win the whole thing. From this point on, Exo Sakura, yeah, I think they do look a lot better than they did last weekend, just because of those particular changes. Fable, they had a decently easy time against Cafe Violet. Ended up getting a 3-0 in their lower bracket round 1. Find themselves here working with the substitutes the best that they can. I do wonder what they are going to pick, because we were told that depending on if it's a dive map or not, that will depend on who's playing what. So it seemed like they wanted to try something that was dive. Nepal just wasn't that map.
No, Nepal, the dive, it can be tricky. It's playable depending on how you go about the bans, but no, it just felt like the way Exo Sakura set up, especially with it being the Sigma, it can be really hard to get through. So, yeah, maybe the dive is where they would like to go, whether it be like a Watch Point, a Dorado, maybe even a Numbani if they want to go to hybrid. There are options out there for them to try the dive. Even like a Runa Sapi, not a Runa Sapi, an Esperanza could be a good play if you want to go maybe outside of the escort modes, but they will actually end up going escort. Is it Watch Point? Was it one of my 3? No? Okay. Well, still in the same breath. Route 66 is still dive-y. I will say Sigma can be very good here, so I wonder if that will be the initial ban from Fable.
Yeah, Sigma is, I think, honestly, fantastic here.
Fantastic,
this is a great Sigma map, but it leaves the door open if you would like to run dive. Whereas Nepal, not so much. This will very heavily depend on the Fable ban, whether it's more of a protect or I want this specific hero gone. So we'll have to keep an eyeball out for that. It is still very ranged, so Ivory, who's been playing out of her mind so far today, still feeling pretty good about this particular selection. It will in fact be a Diva ban, which from coming from Avery, who doesn't really play any dive but Diva, we're either playing Zarya or we're playing Sigma again.
Yeah, to me it screams we're probably more playing the Sigma. It's actually Exo Sakura who banned out the Lucio, which you can maybe Regime's sitting there like, hey, like, guys, what are we doing? But no, Regime has also played a lot of Wuyong, and this could be a great Wuyong map. So if I had to guess what Exo is doing, it's probably going back over to the Sigma, but just playing maybe the Kiriko and the Wuyong instead of the Lucio. So you still have a lot of range damage, even though, yes, you don't have that speed boost, you don't have that sound barrier to work with. It's even more poke for the other team to try and deal with. And at some point, like, the dam is going to break, and that's kind of that whole win con is you poke, poke, poke. Eventually, those cooldowns won't be there to save you.
Yeah, when you have somebody like Mari, too, like, that's gonna feel pretty good when you come to the poke, as well as Avery. And those are not Avery, Ivory on the Soju. Those two have such similar names. It actually gets me. And they're on the same collegiate team. Like, that just adds to it, too. It's kind of funny when we get to watch them side by side. But this time, they are on opposite ends of the battlefield. Route 66, Jesse, I do want, like, since the Lucio is bad, I wonder if this is like a regime, like, oh, I'm sad, I don't get to play Lucio, or like, yes, I'm free from my shackles, let me play something else. It could be that. It's just not a super flexible support meta unless something gets banned. Like, you're pretty much only on Lucio Kiriko.
Yeah, unless, again, there's some maps that, hey, if you're playing Circuit, you're probably going to be playing maybe even an Alari that we've seen, or an Ana. But for the most part, we're going to be seeing, you know, the Lucio Kiri. Any sort of rush or dive, that's what we'll see. If we go a little more of this poke, then yeah, we maybe see the Wuyong, the Brig, Juno, stuff like that. We can see at least a little bit more in the mix of things, but yeah, this is a pretty good map, I'd say, for both sides. I would just like to see how Fable would like to counteract. Because it felt like they never really even got a foothold in the last map. So how can they find some sort of pivot now? Whether it be, even if it doesn't win them this map, it could at least build some momentum for the rest of the series.
I think it's really difficult for Fable to get said foothold, not only because of the oncoming pressure of Out of Ivory Sojourn, but because of how much Jeremy is just being disruptive. I mean, between them and Regime, those two are always in the back line. They're going to be holding hands, they're going to be skipping around, it's like, haha, you can't catch me. It's just hard for Fable to choose where to focus their attention. If they focus too much on one, the other is going to come back and smack them even harder. So it's really a double-edged sword of how can Fable counteract it, because they were running a decently, I don't know, not a super flank-heavy comp, I guess. You're not running things that can easily deal with a Vendetta. Granted, not many things can easily deal with a Vendetta. So as we roll out here on Route 66, we'll see what changes have been put into play. I'm still expecting the Sigma from both of these tanks, unless Fable has something else in mind. Neither have been super keen to the Winston, and in fact, will remain to be our usual molded warriors.
And it will, though, be Kia actually going over to the DPS now, and Z Panther going to support. So, again, we talked about it earlier. We knew this could be changing up as the series progressed. This is going to be one of the first times that we are seeing it. So Kia locking in the Ashe, which, again, a sneaky winner, you could say, of all the changes that came through, with Freya not being a must pick on these super long range maps anymore. Kind of lets Ashe go back into it. And Z Panther, I love the emotes. Yes. The sled riding.
Oh, it's so cool. Especially when Malga does it. I think that's my favorite one. Or Venture has like the arms straight up in the air.
Yup.
It's fantastic. Well, speaking of from the air, let's get us on Black with a jump shot. A little bit wide, but double sniper for Fable. We're talking about a pick kind of comp. This is it. Persona, well, Kitasan Black, aka Persona, is well known for these particular snipers. If they can land just an opening blow, be a heap of trouble for Exo Sakura. You can see how much respect is given to that, especially with Mari's shield being broken.
Yeah, the only one trying to get any sort of damage in is Regime, but that's because they can just whip the orbs around the corner anyway, so they don't really need to peek the Widow. Eventually, Ivory's able to get some pop shots in, but no, this Widow has to be a point of concern here for Exo, because one click in this fight could completely change.
Here's on Black. It's difficult to find an angle on this part of the map. It's just more than a 90-degree turn. Widowmaker cannot sit on the edge of the cliffs. You go up to the high ground, well, you're risking slapped around by Jeremy, which is the fate Ivory just ended up meeting. Will swap over to the Cassidy in response, extra CC to deal with the fight.
Yeah, and even though, yes, it's a little bit more difficult against Kia and Kitasan Black, again, you still have overall a lot more help and more consistent value on the Cassidy Regime. And who needs a hit scan when you got Regime as well on the Wii? Not afraid at all.
Maybe some
where'd that respect go, Regime?
Maybe some fear's good. Like, maybe not a lot. Dude, Regime!
Jesus Christ.
All right, let's not do that. Let's not do that. You know, I was going to say you're playing with fire, but they're technically throwing water balls, so I don't know if that's really appropriate. Mari, on the other hand, is throwing rocks. Works out for her in the end. Also blocks on the backline, which, by the way, this Mercy comp has stayed this whole time, which we haven't mentioned. The second time we're getting Mercy throughout the day today, unfortunately, has not come to much avail as we are halfway through the time.
Yeah, trying to put a lot into Kia and Kitasan Black with the damage boost in the pocket to try and find that opener. They just haven't been able to find it quite yet. The only opener they actually got was from Z Panther. during that first engagement, but let's see here. He actually goes over to the sim, trying to run it down, but quickly gets ran over.
I was gonna say, tries to run it down, but Regime will run it down harder. Kind of the name of the game for them. And yeah, Fable, it's a good attempt. I do hope they stay on this Symmetra, especially with how close Mari and Exo are.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Oh, five.
Well, never mind.
Jeremy?
I don't want to know what happened. What did happen to Jeremy? Actually, I do want to know.
I do want to know, but I don't think we can figure that out. That'll be a text later, probably, from one of us. And Jeremy like, yo, you good? Like, I don't know. But hey, Gravitic Flux available here for Avery, Kitasan Black. Now onto the Hanzo.
Okay.
Just still keeping the range, just maybe not as boomer. Bustin' already. Yeah. A big win.
Oh, well, ooh, that's a whiff, but I guess it does get Mari out of the accretion, so it worked out at the end of the day. Now Avery's turn to strike back, going for her tank counterpart, squishes her into the ground. The Susan nicely timed, will give her a chunk of health back, but Ivory's already found 2 picks with this Cassidy holding close, so even if she ends up losing her life as end here, Exo Sakura will be holding on a little longer, and I say little because there's only 30 seconds left.
Yeah, only so much time remaining here, and Exo Sakura is holding down strong. And yeah, Fable, they have a little bit to work with. No ultimates right away. Avery swaps over to the Winston. Maybe a Kitsune rush coming in from Z Panther soon, but the Sundering Blade from Jeremy could be the icing on a cake for a very efficient defense.
Yeah, all it takes is one hit, and that can be a whole lot of bodies laying on the ground. Well,
yep,
okay, maybe just one body. Goodbye, Z Panther. You have been sliced in half. Hope you had a nice time. Jeremy, looking for more in the back. Game's fiery as a result, and yeah, that will be a darn close full hold for the Exo Sakura squad. They barely got past that first corner there. They're going to need some serious shenanigans to pull that off in the defense.
Yeah, they need to act like they have one fight. Yeah, you can't really hold back at, gas station. Hey, if they get it around the corner, then that's fine. And we can still play high ground, but you don't have that luxury anymore due to how far this car got. It didn't even get around the corner, Molly. It got to the beginning of this S curve, so it's going to be rough. Yeah, Mari and Pauline never died. If you're wondering how that went, that's, wow. Almost 7,000 damage for the Sigma. She almost had 9,000 damage mitigated as well. And why not? Maybe pulling out the Reinhardt. We'll see. For Fable, keeping the range game going with Kia on the Ashe, Kita-san Black on the Hanzo. Z Panther, though, a little bit cheeky. I don't mind the Lifeweaver pick, actually.
Lifeweaver Mercy? Is that real?
See, I like the two separate.
Yeah.
Maybe not together.
And this is the kind of, like, diamond ranks backlines that we typically see out there. I'm not saying it's awful. Like, it can work. It will get people out of danger. You have a lot more angles, I guess. You can stick your snipers on with the help of the pedal platform, but for a close hold, taking a double sniper approach is rather gutsy.
Yeah, it can be an issue. Jeremy immediately is like, hey, why not? Let's play some Bastion, right? Ivory, can they find something early? All they find initially is
Oh,
okay.
Well, goodbye, Reggie. I love that we're matching the Mercies, by the way.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Unironically playing double Mercy.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that in Calling All Heroes. Definitely a new one. But yeah, the Resurrections, I mean, it's kept everything even. And in fact, it favors Fable. Jeremy tanks a couple of shots on the Bastions. You are basically the size of the tank when you pick up that hero. And Regime, just kind of chilling around the corner. He just on Black getting a ton of value out of this Hanzo.
Yeah, already with a little bit of a damage boost coming in from Fiery as well, making it work. Already has the Dragon Strike, a crazy fast ultimate from the Hanzo.
Oh!
And hey, if you need a lifeline of some sort, maybe it is the Hanzo from Kita-san Black. Won't get anything from the Dragon Strike. Does isolate Mari and Jeremy, but no kills or follow it up.
Yeah, good healing there from Fiery and Z Panther to keep Kita-san Black on her feet. But yeah, Mari can just sit there and hold a shield and like slowly inch closer to Avery and use intimidation tactics. Usually how that matchup tends to work out. Like it just put up the shield. I'm gonna be Rectangle Man or Jeremy in this instance. Eventually Avery takes one too many hammer swings, will fall down, and Exo Sakura will get themselves map number 2.
One map away from continuing this run and be another top 4 finish for Exo Sakura, and they've been pretty spot on this entire year. They get third in summer. Obviously, this roster was kind of all over the place in spring, but Ivory got first, Regime, Mari, and Santi on their bench got second. Jeremy got fourth. Paulette was top 8th. That was with Fable. Paulette actually used to be on this team, so yeah, a little bit all over the place, but so far, Exo Sakura, they're putting on a show, that's for certain.
Yeah. Exo Sakura, they're pulling out all the stops today. I think it's a bit of experimenting just with the new patch, seeing what they're able to get away with, and so far the competition decisions have worked out incredibly well for them in terms of the double snipers, even just having the Mercy. The Sigma, most importantly. I think that is going to be the name of the game for Exo Sakura, not only for the remainder of the series, but for the remainder of their tournament life, should they continue to move on. For Fable, you're playing with a different roster than you used to, having a support player on DPS, just due to some scheduling conflicts. They're giving it their best. They're going out with a bang, I can give you that, but it's going to be pretty near impossible here to take away a map for map number 3, unless you have something crazy we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, it would have to be something kind of, pretty deep into the pockets of ideas. Runasapi will be the map, so we're going over to push. Once again, Runasapi, it feels like it's turned into the go-to push map. I'm not sure if you've kind of realized that.
I love Runasapi.
Over the last few months. I love the map, so I'm not against it. For a while there, it kind of felt like Esperanza was the #1 push map, but I think we've kind of
I found the reason why. The other option is New Queen Street, so...
Ew.
It's Runasapi or New Queen Street. I think people are going to take Runasapi.
I'm a New Queen Street believer, but I understand
I
the flaws.
forgot that.
But I understand the flaws of the map.
You know what's funny is how these two maps are like shaped exactly the same. Runasapi and New Queen Street, the robot path. Yeah. It's completely identical, which I just learned that the other day, which I can't believe I did not know that before. So, fun facts for everybody. If you didn't know, that is our push map pool. But Runasapi, I think there's more room for flexibility on it. It tends to be brawl favored, which we play Sigma on this map. I mean, I've said that every time, and you definitely can, but should you when things like the Zarya and Diva will be open?
Well, I know it's not going to be open. That's rude. Yeah, Vendetta is gone, but that means the Venture is available. And the Kiriko will be banned. So taking away one of the best flex supports in the game currently after the Vendetta was banned away. And maybe this Jeremy was having too much fun. Maybe that was the ruling.
You know what? Fable are here for the Rock Muncher army in chat. They want to make sure they get their Venture gameplay. They know Jeremy's not going to play it unless Venture is banned. So there you go. Did a surface there. Maybe you get a little bit of that hero as we roll on out. But with Kiriko being the other ban, the Juno Brig. That's my conclusion from that particular scenario. I say Juno Brig. I literally just watched Lifeweaver Mercy backline. I don't know what's going to happen in the support department anymore.
Yeah, like, the tank department, yeah, it's been pretty standard. DPS, messing around with Vendetta a little bit, but at least semi-normal. And then the support line today has just been all over the place. Which, honestly, I'm all for it. Bring us a little bit of creativity. Kia will stay in on DPS. Z-Panther will stay on support. So not too much different there, at least. But let's see. Exo Sakura, yeah, they're just going to go. Actually, right now, teasing Lucio Wuyan. Okay.
I don't know. I wonder if Regime's like low-key sad about being able to play that. But oh, she's so cute when she does that. I swear. Oh well.
Oh well.
Hi Baptiste. She got off real fast, huh? Yeah. Switch over to the Baptiste for this point. It will be that Lucio Wuyan after all.
So this is going to be very boom or bust. Exo Sakura are going to want these fights incredibly fast because there's not a lot of sustained healing going on here. But that is why, hey, Venture can burrow underneath the ground. Mari has a whole lot of abilities to kind of get her shield health back up. So I'm not worried too much, but for situations like that, it's hard.
Not quite what you expect from the self-proclaimed CEO of Venture. Yeah, Exo Sakura down one pretty early. Kitasan Black being on this Cassidy, a hero that's pretty good at contesting the Rock Muncher. If you can angle it correctly, you hit a flashbang. They're pretty much dead, for the better word there. Exo Sakura, though, they're kind of struggling. Kitasan Black has been clicking heads, or now they're just hitting these shots. There's another one on the Pauline. If people needed somebody to step up or pop off even more, it's been Kitasan Black.
Yeah, Kita-san Black has really stepped into the limelight, and I won't lie, I wouldn't be surprised if she made a return next year in comp and really had a good run. Obviously, this is the first time, at least, right, the first time we've seen her this circuit year. And it feels like, yeah, she's just been popping off.
Yeah, she's been making it work. Wow, that was a nail-biter there for Z Panther. Barely got that immortality field on down, but I was a little distracted with what was going on in front. Not available to save Avery in that moment, and will be difficult for the rest of the Fable to recover from that, considering Mari is at near full HP at this current time. Is eventually getting pushed. Good rock that stopped the combat rolls. Right back up to the rest of the team.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, yeah, this turns around, and they're trying to see if they can find Kita-san Black, but I think, yeah, she is barely going to be able to get out, but barely is enough sometimes. Now they have a potential TP Deadeye play that they could pull out here for Fable. Well, I mean, Mari, great lead so far on the Gravitic Flux over Avery. Panther also has this Ant Matrix, which kind of could just pause this fight altogether.
Yeah, especially with Kita-san Black. It will be the Deadeye first, the teleporter. And it could have worked, but unfortunately won't in that instance. But no, it drops Kita-san Black right on top of it. Teleports, grabs Regime, and goes right back to safety. Despite the 3 picks, it looks fancy for Kita-san Black. They're going to get their footing, but at the cost of the checkpoint. Forward spawns will be going over to Sakura, so even though they lost the fight, they got what they wanted.
Yeah, they're at least able to get the checkpoint, but I love, that was a very cheeky TP Deadeye. Waiting till you land, then popping the shot, and Regime had nothing they could do at that point. Kind of just had to, didn't even get to move or react in any sort of way. Avery giving up on the Sigma, they will just go over to the Diva, which again, one of her best heroes, so it definitely worked very easily.
I wonder if it has to do with Jeremy swapping over to Mara too.
Yeah, I think it's a big
I
reason.
think it's harder to play the Sigma into that, so the Diva makes sense there. Kia debating where to set up the Photon Barrier. Eventually we'll set up with straight in the middle map. You know what? Fair enough. That works out. Ivory looking to play some tippy toe, but that shield way too much to handle. Kia's microwave beam. Pretty high. Beautiful accretion though. My goodness, from across the map. Great read from Mari. That shut down the Symmetra right in her tracks. Fable exchanging the spawn point. So we'll make sure that things are tied up. If they can get a little bit of progress here, it'd be nice, which they do. Couple of meters, but will buy some time before Exo Sakura eventually closes this one fight.
Yeah, eventually it's cleaned up, but definitely a little bit messy. As no supports alive actually for Exo Sakura, but neither are Fables. They actually die late, so it'll be a little bit of a delayed spawn for the Fable supports, and they do get far spawn. They did not get near spawn, so that'll make this fight take a little bit longer. That's why you see Avery immediately back up, knowing that it's going to take a little bit longer for any of that damage to get brought back up to light. But Kita-san Black does have another Deadeye, and she wants to play around with it in this Flux. Ooh, that was close.
Flux Sound Barrier will keep, well, it did keep Kita-san Black alive until Ivory had something to say about it. It just kind of hit the silent hero for Exo Sakura for the majority of this map. And charging off these rail shots at a distance and playing incredibly safe and just getting free value, essentially. Eventually, Avery figures out, like, hey, there's a Sojin in there, but can't commit. Wants to stop these forward spawns from being rechecked. I don't know if Mari's gonna give her much of an option, though. Hot on the tail of Pauline, who simply, or Z-Panther, excuse me, who simply would not die. Finally, the kills will ring through for Exo Sakura, reclaim the lead, start more.
And they have Sound Barrier Barrage to work with during this next fight, so don't be shocked. Jeremy's just trying to hide, waiting for Fable to move enough in, or seeing if that defense matrix will get used early on. Because if it is, got a feeling that Barrage will be used pretty quickly here, but obviously that defense matrix from Avery could just deny everything, and then we're there even fun.
I was gonna say, Barrage, not likely to get a ton of value here. Jeremy does have the moving Barrage perk, so maybe, but between Kita-san Black, Avery, Z-Panther, I do not think it is likely Avery will survive, or Jeremy will survive through that ultimate, and I've already done one. So without the Symmetra here, Fable don't have a ton of power in this front line. There's the Barrage. It will go out. Yeah, the self-destruct will catch them on the tail end out of Avery, but a tank for Afara, you take those any days of the week, especially since Pauline and Ivory are here to bring out the broom, clean up some of the remaining scraps that are Fable.
Yeah, cleans up the fight and potentially putting a nice little bow on this series is now already a 50-meter lead, which will continue to grow. And Fable got to find some sort of answer. Soon it'll be Fiery lifted up. It's supposed to keep us on Black, but neither will die because there is no follow-up. The Regime's still holding on to this beat. Kind of curious what they're waiting for at this point, but still holding on.
I'm smelling a Regime tempo beat. Or a I'm going to speed away from a Deadeye thinking, wow, look at the movement on this Cassidy. Gets on Black. Try to get somebody with the robot. Actually ended up working against her in that moment. Another rock will take out Kia. Mari been quick to make sure that that support doesn't last. Tidal Blast put back onto the tank, and I think that knocked down 2 different players after that exploded. So Fable sent reeling back to spawns. One last chance to defend.
One last second to touch. Kia will probably be the first one to get on. They will have the photon barrier soon, but will they live long enough? Same thing for Avery. Self-destruct as a possibility, but not a guarantee. And Jeremy, in the meantime, makes their way over to the end.
Jeremy, a different version of aerial pressure, perhaps a safer one. With Fable already getting the one elimination that went their way, you're feeling a lot better about it. Fiery sound barrier will make sure this goes the direction Fable is looking for. Robot flipped back around, so actually Sakura not going to get the full completion.
Yeah, full completion, not there, but it feels like still a very tough situation for Fable. You gotta go, what, 82 meters here in 2.5 minutes? You basically have to finish the map, right? Like, that's kind of the situation you're in now. Which, finishing a map, yeah, it doesn't happen super often, but it is possible. Advanced spawns, though, still in favor of Axel Sakura. They're gonna fight to keep it in mid.
Yeah, forward spawn's still available, though, for Axel Sakura at this time. It's hard to move it that way. Kia knows it, so she's just going to lay down this photon barrier early. Exo Sakura are far enough back. They can kite away from most of that position. Teleporter, I think, could have worked had more people gone through it, but in fact, it's Pauline that somehow gets caught by the tactical nuke that Avery chucks into the backline there. So Fable will keep moving on with their Lucia Lifeweaver backline, mind you. Jeremy not having too much of a field day with the Diva in the back. A good amount of help will be given. And actually, duplicate is not only the Lifeweaver of all things. Not something you see every day, that's for sure, especially at this level of gameplay. But I'm not going to question Jeremy. I trust it so far, just like I trust Ivory. Hit the chops whenever she pulls out this overclock. That will be one with the overhealth from the tree. Simply too much to go ahead and shoot through. As Fable, nice and healthy. Majority of it, unfortunately, it does cost them Avery's life. She was pushed so far up, trying to keep Mari at bay, but now that that wall has broken, Sakura will get the flip once more.
Yeah, the flip goes through. Fable tried to use everything during that. There's nothing left to use for ultimates. Maybe Ivory thought about the Tracer, ended up going back over to the Sojourn for the final 50 seconds with both support and ultimates here for EXO. Honestly, they know they don't have to win this fight outright. That's why they're kind of leaving the spot here and playing the neutral game. They know they have to lose like 3-4 fights in a row to get this done. And it's title Lucio.
Yeah, it's like the new version of Boostio, but with a water ball. Cool. Regime's happy to have that. Probably not on the receiving end of it most of the time, but there you go. You take it. Extra Sakura, speeding on forwards. Only Pauline is dead, but I say only Pauline. That's like all of Exo Sakura's healing. Sorry, Regime, you just don't do that much in this type of perspective. 15 seconds left to go. Fable should be able to clear out Exo Sakura, at least for the first time, but keeping this bot contested is going to be so difficult. The longer this OT starts to tick down, you just saw Black, good opening for Fable. Ivory will be joining Regime, or at least where Regime was, in the spawn rooms. Exo Sakura on the back pedal. I'm surprised they're not fully disengaging. They're just hovering around this point. I guess they see Kia, a fantastic life grip from Z-Panther, will keep her on her feet, but this is such an interesting choice from Mari, but I guess she knows better than I do. F3 lifted up with the Gravitic Flux sound barrier up just in time from Fire to make sure everyone stays alive. But Kita's on Black is still hitting these shocks. Exo Sakura are staggering themselves out much more than they need to be.
Yeah, they're just kind of continuing just to walk with the bot as Fable walking up, and it just, it's a little bit awkward, that's for sure. Kita Black will now try and actually go on the flank. They try and find Regime, but in the meantime, Regime gets the final revenge.
Looking for Regime? Regime's looking for you. That is how they roll at Exo Sakura. That's kind of the motto of their entire team. Yet another duplicate onto the Life Weaver. This one might be short-lived, but a little bit of extra assistance from Pauline. Keep Jeremy off a tree here would be greatly helpful to the overall sustain of Exo Sakura should they do it. But now forward spawns have been lost. Fable maintaining contention on this payload, but here comes Ivory. Yet another overclock put in, head of fire laying across the floor of Rudasafi, looking for a final blow on his E-Panther, but the hinder, no! The revenge is there, but the touch cannot happen. Fable, their story ends here as Exo Sakura move on in the championship lower bracket.
Fable out in top 6. It'll be Exo Sakura who will make it to Championship Sunday through the lower bracket. They will play the winner of our final game of the day in the lower semi-final. But I will say, Fable, they've got a silver lining. It's Kita-san Black. She was all over the place, kept them in it, but overall just could not do enough as Exo Sakura and company will be making it to Championship Sunday. Nice little clean 3-0 to clean it up here on day 3.
Exo Sakura, this was a very favorable match for them. I think regardless of the substitution situation, it could have been closer. I think with Avery having the opportunity to play in a Sigma meta would have been great. Like if we had this last weekend, I do wonder if those results would have been particularly different. But for the time being, it is Mari who will hold the crown of the astrophysicist for now. And honestly, after this series, and seeing how clean this team does look with the meta changes, with Mari on one of her best, I honestly am wondering, is Exo Sakura not only going to make it past these lower semis, can they upset the Starries like in those lower finals? If they can get all the way there, I do think that this is an insanely powerful buff for them to have. But it's gonna be a long way, long way before they even get a chance to do that. But before they do, we're actually gonna send it to a quick break, set up for an interview with one of the Exo Sakura players. So stay tuned. We'll be right back with that quick interview. completion of our first lower round matchup of the day. Exo Sakura will get a full sweep over Fable to move along in that lower bracket. Now looking for their next opponent. And I gotta say, this meta, or rather this patch, built for Exo Sakura, built for Mari, who we have the chance to talk to here for a brief interview on the desk after this post game. So, Mari, first of all, hi, how are we doing today?
Hi, good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Fun
The
game?
universe
Okay,
is singing
that's
to
what
me.
Universe is singing to you. Okay, so then real question then, how the Sigma buff? How much of a difference has that made? Is this what comp you've been wanting to try, or did that just solidify it?
Um, I think it doesn't change too much after the hotfix. There was the buff and then the insta hotfix a day later. We got another 5 damage taken off that direct. It's definitely solid. I don't think he's gonna end up being too much of a mainstay in this patch. I think he's strong, but still has a lot of weaknesses. I think a big strength of us playing a comp like that is having our Jeremy 6-7 on a character where he can just kill the entire lobby. And they're either the enemy is forced to look at Jeremy or forced to look at me, and the opposite is just able to farm.
Yeah, so obviously you guys are one of the 2 teams that have kind of, at least on air for us so far, have shown the Vendetta comps. How have you all been kind of messing around with it? Obviously, she came out on Tuesday, so not an egregiously a long amount of time to kind of flesh out some of these comps.
We haven't been able to get a lot of practice time together, because of the season, we're all in college and moving around and playing Face It all on 2 different teams. So we're really trying to lean into those comfort picks. Jeremy's just been grinding the character for 16 hours a day since Tuesday, hit rank 1 and everything. So it's kind of similar to the it's sort of similar to the venture that we have a lot of practice on, except I might be wrong, it feels like it requires a lot less teamwork, because Vendetta is able to just get those random one-shots more consistently than the venture, even though it's harder from a skill expression standpoint to get those one-shots on Vendetta, but once you have that locked down, it just comes and comes and comes every single fight.
I would say it felt like Jeremy, we'd go on to them and we'd just be like, oh, there's just 1 dead. Oh, there's 2 dead. Like, it's unbelievable kind of the pop-off ability the hero has. And obviously, Ivory is new to this team as well. Obviously had a lot of time on Avidity, now swapping over to play with you all. How have they kind of been integrated into this roster? Obviously, you said haven't had a ton of practice time with Face It and college and the holidays and all that, but how have they been kind of blending in so far?
Really solid. I love Ivory. I've played with them a bunch before, previously on Valentine. They are on the same collegiate roster with Regime as well. So we all kind of have we all kind of have a little bit of synergy with them embedded, I guess. So it's been a very easy swap to have them in.
Awesome. We can really see that synergy between you and the team. As you said, it's kind of you and Ivory holding down this front line. Jeremy does Jeremy things, and it all kind of works out at the end of the day. So yeah. I do kind of want to bring this up as you're done for today, but moving into tomorrow. Theoretically, if you were to make it all the way to the grand finals, you have to win 2 games, and then you would play the grands. We don't know who your next opponent is going to be yet, but I want to hear from you. not only one who you're expecting to play for your first match tomorrow, but how you're going to prepare for the final day of Calling All Heroes this year.
Let's see. It's Nightmare versus Valentine, right?
Yeah, Nightmare versus Valentine.
Yep.
I think Valentine's gonna win. I think they're gonna be the first team we play tomorrow. It'll be a long day. But
Yep.
yeah, all I can say is it'll be a long day and should be fun.
Awesome. Yeah. It's always fun. It's always a treat to watch you play and expand your hero pool. I was so excited to see you on the Sigma. I know we had like I think there's this last championships, ironically, when like, oh, Mari doesn't play Sigma, and then you slapped me back with I'm a certified astrophysicist. So
Yeah.
please know it was noted. It was made sure to be caught. So it was a pleasure to see you play today. We'll let you go, get rested up, because as you said, potential long day ahead of you tomorrow. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us on the desk.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for having me.
Oh, fuck, Mari. She's great.
Mari's the
And we have the
best.
same name. It's fantastic.
Yeah. No, Mari's the best. She's been been around for a very long time, not only here in Calling All Heroes, but in Face It and Collegiate. So, no, it's been great. And especially, like you said, it potentially, maybe not a Sigma meta, but a Sigma playable meta. Yeah, she is not going to complain about that whatsoever. And if nobody can figure out some of the weaknesses she was talking about, maybe they just stick it, honestly, for a lot of this lower bracket run. We'll see.
I mean, I'd love to see it, and especially thinking that they're gonna play Valentine tomorrow too, the one LCQ team that does remain within our bracket. But before they figure that out, we don't know for sure. Nightmare Eclipse has something to say about that. We're gonna head over to a quick break, get our next series, Valentine versus Nightmare Eclipse, ready to go, and come back to you with the final matchup of the day. more match before we are ready to head into our championship Sunday, and one more match to decide who will move on and who will be sent home. Looking at Nightmare Eclipse taking on the LCQ team in Valentine for that spot today. Who's going to move on, Jesse? That is a fantastic question to face Exo Sakura, who are looking pretty darn confident. They found a new strategy that works for them, which is great for a team who's had a bit of an identity crisis throughout the year.
Yeah, it felt like for a long time that, like you said, a little bit of identity crisis. Couldn't figure out exactly the style that necessarily fit this roster, but I think they have finally found it, and time to see now. Valentine, who lost actually in round 1, had to knock out Vindarive, one of the other LCQ teams, to make it here into the top 6. I'm guessing probably got a lot of Nightmare fans in chat if I had to give a pretty educated guess. But, you know, let's see. Valentine did push Dreamland to 5. So we know this is a team that can push teams around. Nightmare Eclipse, they beat Fable 3-1 in the first round before being swept by me and my friends Gaming, which granted, everybody is. So that's not really that easy of a way to see where they are. So this could end up going the distance, everybody. Strap in.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we've said that, but our lower bracket has been full of 3-0s before. I will say, I'm saying, you didn't let me finish. I'm saying if that is going to change, it will be this match. Okay? Better? Happy?
Better.
Okay, great.
Good vibes in the air. We need more times for the drops for the people.
Exactly, we love our people drops, but I also love the people who are actually playing in the match. Nightmare Eclipse will be up first, so this is a team that has been based around a bunch of friends, to be totally honest. They are the longest standing roster all year. They have not made any changes to the specific lineup, and it has done them so many favors. They've placed better and better every single tournament. Do want to point out, there is actually a bit of a celebrity on this screen here. Jake is the Jake Rat you are thinking of. That is their coach for this roster, who has been on the OWCS broadcast desk. So great minds behind this specific roster who especially been leaning into Nauticato and Eevee for the majority of their games.
Yeah, I was wondering that for a long time. Like, is that, you know, the Jake? But yeah, it is. So a little bit of, you know, former Houston Outlaw / OWCS advice here. But hey, like you said, this is a roster that's been together for so long at this point. It's not like there's any distrust. Everyone trusts each other on, hey, I'm going to do this. Cool. Not even a second thought from their other 4. But now can they put it together here to make it into the top 4 and keep this roll going?
I mean, they might be the 4th seed, but Valentine as a 7th seed just sounds illegal. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it does.
Because they're coming from the LCQ, they have a lower placement, but that is an understatement considering this roster. They took the Starries, who are 2nd seed, to 5 games, almost won. It was like the difference of a single fight in Game 5, if I'm not mistaken. And you can see why when you look at this roster. Entirely veterans. It is at least the 2nd, 3rd, or maybe 3rd season for some of our players that are on here. I mean, HK in particular, in the Flex DPS department, regardless of what she ends up playing. The Tracer, the Genji, the Venture, even potentially we might see some Vendetta out of her today. Would love to see it. And this AJMR Bernice backline has been as solid as ever.
Yeah, no, the backline has been ridiculous, especially with Bernice and AJMR. Again, we got a lot to dig in here. Bans are already in. It'll be a Diva ban initially here from Nightmare Eclipse, and then the Freya ban from Valentine. So Freya, I think all 3 games we had today, Freya's been banned to start off here on Control. So maybe not a giant shock overall, just because, again, she's still very good, even with the nerfs that came in. Nobody wanted to deal with her. Instead, probably wanted to go either more the full dive or even like the Ashe or the Sojourn.
Yeah, Freya on Ilios is not pretty. I'll tell you that much. But I do want to point this out too, because Nightmare Eclipse banning the Diva here. This is a team that will force dive at all costs. They will, especially ball comps. Eevee is her best when she can play ball. Eevee and Nightmare Eclipse are their best when they can play around Eevee's ball. It's great, right? Ilios is the map to do that. On some of our points, Lighthouse maybe, and definitely will. I'm expecting more of a Winston type of gameplay, which is fine by Kindred. She can match the Winston if it is needed. I'm more so curious what the DPS are going to do. It's been like a mix of Tracer Sojourn, maybe some Echo thrown in there to start us off. Whether that's going to be the same or not, that's what I want to find out.
Yeah, let's see here as we load into the beautiful streets of Greece. Nice little, Trojan back there. But like you said, Eevee, not a total shock that the Wrecking Ball is being teased right now, especially here on Ilios. Ruins, probably the best one as well for this hero on this map. So, yeah, we're going to see it. Valentine, a little bit different. Both teams at least teasing the Symmetra. We'll see if that is legit or if that will just be for the TP out of spawn, and it will actually be for both. Both go over to the Tracer. So kind of this Chaos comp from Nightmare Eclipse compared to the Maga from Valentine. So I will say for Navia and Crumb, watch out, because that Maga closes the gap very quickly.
Kindred, this is what we call the Kindred special, is her Malga. She's, dare I say, the best Malga that we've had in calling all heroes. Has stood out on it before and wants to keep it that way. It's been the thing with Valentine. They do awesome when there's a Malga medal and then sometimes struggle in other places. This is a team that largely won the championship roster last year, and honestly, they're just going to win the first fight, not even the first fight. They capped the point first out of sheer intimidation tactics, aka Kindred sitting there and firing both miniguns at the anytime Eevee dares to get closer than 3 feet. The Valentine, they're hanging on to this. Eevee had to reset because Mickman died earlier on. Nightmare Eclipse struggled to gain ground. Ooh.
Yeah, that's so far. Even though Kindred, has to back up. It'll be a little bit of a soft reset, actually, from both teams. Nightmare waiting for the Tracer to get back into the fray. Valentine is trying to heal Kindred up. But again, without any frontline tank, it's going to be really tricky to deal with Kindred here up front.
Yeah, Kindred, Cardiac Overdrive is used, still at crit HP. There isn't like an insane amount of burst damage though on the side of Nightmare Eclipse, and actually there's none because Benevolence took out the only one that was chipping away at Kindred's health bar. Is a pulse bomb stick from Mickman, and no, Kindred got dipped by the ramp. Unlucky to say the least, but okay, Bernice, we're still fighting this. No tanks, no problem, because Nightmare Eclipse not have a matching sound barrier, but Nightmare Eclipse also didn't take any damage because Valentine just dipped. They didn't really want to fight fully in that, and Nightmare Eclipse knew there was an overextension. There we go. AJMR, of all people, comes up with 2 eliminations for Nightmare Eclipse. Eevee will be returning on the Orisa, but Valentine still have the point, Jesse.
Restoring balance.
Yeah, still Valentine holding on, 70% counting, and like you said, Eevee giving up on the ball, realizes that, hey, gotta have some sort of at least presence next to Kindred, so now that'll be the swap. They really don't have a lot. Tidal Blast and Bob, maybe a late rush, but H-Key, Pulse Bomb could tear this all apart.
Looking for the window to work with. Eevee wouldn't have been a bad target, but Suzu isn't out from the VA yet. Not gonna risk it. They'll beat the Tidal Blast from Crumb onto the tank, helping them walk forwards because all the focus on them. It's not on Nadokado. She'll go to heads as a result, but H-Key, quick to get a little bit of a trade. It's not gonna matter though. Valentine lost all their resources in that fight. I'll be happy with 99%.
Yeah, 99% is enough, at least for now, as HMR finds Navia once more before they are eventually dealt with. But man, yeah, it took a little bit of time for that to happen. And Nadokado, again, just kind of see a little bit of a peek around, trying to build up just a little more damage. Still has the Bob, didn't use it last fight. Could now pair it with the rush from Navia. But yeah, Valentine, after a very strong hold, how will they be able to push back into a different kind of composition than the very first fight of this series?
Well, first opportunity is for Benevolence to pop this overclock. The Bob there to zone and make sure Benevolence doesn't take any further steps and actually prevents Kindred from being healed at all. She was so far in towards that fight trying to beat up Eevee, but that Bob cut off any sort of healing, and Valentine will take yet another reset.
Yeah, another reset goes on through, and H-Key now actually making a swap over to the Genji instead of the Tracer. A little more verticality that you can have, obviously with the jumps and the wall climbs, so it might be easier to deal with Nadokado. But now it is just going to be the Terra Surge available for Eevee. Nothing else, and Bernice may have the sound barrier here in a moment to counter.
It'll actually be Kindred going in with the sound barrier, locking 2 players in the timeout corner, or circle. I guess that's a circular shape, but so is Eevee's Terra Surge there. Will smash AJMR as soon as that starts, and Valentine, despite how clean that play could have been, if it wasn't for Eevee and Nadokado's clutch, we'd be seeing a much different result. Nightmare Eclipse hold.
Eclipse hold, and now this is final fight for both teams. A lot of ultimates gone. Kindred will kind of sadly go over to the Zarya. You can tell they didn't want to do it, but you don't really have many choices, but there's no ultimates to work with. Maybe a Kitsune Rush in the mid fight, but this will be all in the neutral to figure out who wins Ruins.
One final exchange, not a ton of resources, at least shiny button type resources. Be able to use here Mikman the closest to a pulse bomb of all things, but the health bars on Valentine not in the happiest place, especially if your name is Kindred or Bernice. Oh my god, shots of Nadokado are so difficult to deal with, and the pulse bomb, that gets a whole lot of nothing, and unfortunately for Nightmare Eclipse, you do not have an answer to this Kitsune Rush. AJMR has that much ahead of Navia just based on how they were used before, because Kindred finally gets that charge that she wants. She's a force to be reckoned with. Valentine, they'll get that flip back over and take Ruins 199.
Took it into the very end, but eventually Valentine are able to get the last little finishing touch over on Ruins, but at least forced Eevee off of the Wrecking Ball very quickly. That's obviously going to be a win if you're Valentine, or at least it was until you were forced off of the Mago, but you got it far enough to where the swap from Maga to Zarya is a little bit easier than the swap from Ball to Orisa. It's going to be a lot different of a play style. Good God, Nadokado already over 6,000 damage so far in this round for Nightmare Eclipse. But you look at the kill feed, you would think Nightmare Eclipse would win the round, but just because of how well Valentine played that first half, it's going to be them winning round 1.
Yeah, was that set of Oh
no! No!
Got it 4K! Tried to do the parkour, but that ended up in probably the funniest and saddest way possible. There is no take for Valentine for that first fight, and Nightmare Eclipse, I mean, actually almost lost Eevee just with that pile drive, but they'll be okay to get on out. This Valentine looks to regroup.
Oh, Kindred's gonna be like, are you kidding me? That gets caught? Like that's the thing that gets caught? And Kindred, we're sorry.
That's honestly, if we made like a highlight, low light reel, I think that would be the number 1 clip. It was pretty entertaining.
Yeah.
But yeah, Kindred is in there. AJMR has come in for an assist, and she tries to book it back to her team, just ditching her Kiriko over to the side bit. And they're Kiriko. You're okay if you're AJMR. Nightmare Eclipse, though, the hard part with Wrecking Ball in this point is it's difficult to move around, and it's difficult to maintain point presence as much as a Mauga does. So even if Eevee goes in, gets these pile drives, it's not going to matter unless you can disrupt something enough to force sightlines, or rather draw attention away from supports in this case. It left Kindred so low that Crumb comes in to finish them off. And with that take here, I mean, Valentine surely should be giving up the first cap. I mean, HK clearly has other plans. This is her signature pick in the Genji. It's been a while since we've seen it come out, but now that we've seen a little bit of slicing and dicing, I don't want it to stop. No!
What is happening? A great boot
crazy
from Bernice. I'll give them that. Like, yeah, that was fantastic from her. And even Eevee got a few boot kills. I think it was on the AGMR, it might have been, during that fight. But eventually, a very scuffed fight goes in the way of Valentine. And Kindred, the hazard, a little bit better. And realize, hey, the Maga still is not going to work as long as the Wrecking Ball is in play.
Bernice just saw her life flash before her eyes there, but won't see it for a while since the sound barrier is in play. Bunch of pillowy overhealth over to the side of Valentine, basically negating the Bob's existence in the first place. Both Lucios currently hit the deck at the moment, and Crumb will be back with a sound barrier of her own eventually, but I don't think you're going to want to use it. The swap over to the hazard for Kindred has been working out incredibly well, and Valentine will maintain their hold.
Yeah, they only have to use both support ultimates for it. Eclipse will have their own sound barrier going into the next fight, so that's at least a benefit here if you're Eclipse. Even the minefield as well from Eevee. But Nadokado will give up on the hit scan in general. Will actually just match the Genji of HK, and Benevolence is sent away.
Yeah, Benevolence can't really do too much if with a knife stuck between your eyeballs. HK, though, has an even bigger knife. I guess you call that a sword, to withdraw for the Dragon Blade Strike, but And it's not going to find a whole lot other than the sound barrier health that was provided by Crumb there. Bernice did come in to help finish those kills off once the silver health has expired. And Valentine looking pretty good, and they're really struggling to synergize with Eevee's Wrecking Ball right now. Nightmare Eclipse cannot execute these dives properly, and unfortunately for them, time has run out.
Yeah, every time Eevee tries to go in, the counter dive comes in from Kindred into the backline of Nightmare Eclipse, and nobody is able to even get remotely close. There will be somebody to touch to start overtime, but only the Pulse Bomb available soon from Mikmin. But already Cleanse is gone.
Cleanse is gone, and Nivea can't quite bring out the umbrella to stop the downpour of Kindred. Valentine want to close out this round of well much faster than they did on Ruins. Nightmare Eclipse giving it their all, seeing what they're able to find, but it just haven't been enough. We're stuck in a 3v5 situation. No ultimates really available right now for Nightmare Eclipse. The Jagged Wall almost preventing a touch, but somebody got there eventually. But there's the sound barrier, and the touch just is denied. So it doesn't matter that there's a sound barrier. Valentine get what they want. 2-0 on Ilios.
Yeah, too, and I'm pretty sure that Cactus, actually, the Wrecking Ball tried to go in, and it was still there, so it just kind of got sent back. So the touch was going to be there, but just didn't end up going on through. And hey, maybe Mari is a future teller, because yeah, Valentine looked great in that first round. They steal away the map and trying to be the only LCQ team to make it to day 3, as the other two went out top 8. Already still the highest placing LCQ team, but they want more than that.
Again, this is so deceiving of where this team is actually placed, because I want to make this clear that 3 members of Valentine's roster, HK, AJMR, and Wicca, aka Bernice here, all won in last season. So what are we supposed to do about that? It's like it's a very deceiving seeding because they qualified through the LCQ. The maximum they could have gotten in this case was 6, since we did end up taking 3 teams for that. They ended up in 7th due to a weird sub situation in the finals for the LCQ. They got the sweep again onto Vindrive the second time they played them after losing in the finals, and they're still on their revenge tour by the looks of it. I think Nightmare Eclipse, they have their ideas, they have their compositions, but I don't think there were many points in that map other than when Nadokado was just hitting these shots that they were playing together on a macro level.
Yeah, no, it just felt a little disjointed. And usually that's what you want the other team to feel when you're running these Wrecking Ball compositions. But sadly for them, it was actually Nightmare Eclipse who was the one that felt just a little bit off, not able to put the final pieces together. A great map for the Wrecking Ball, though, is Runasapi. They have much more clearer sight lines for a lot of these rollouts. I wonder, they'd probably go with a tank ban once again. Maybe not as much to hurt Valentine, but more as a protect ban to keep the Wrecking Ball as an option.
Yeah, I guess. This doesn't really strike me as a Wrecking Ball map. A lot of the times, it's very unstable. And push for Wrecking Ball, I think if you're gonna do that, you pick New Queen Street, which was also an option, by the way. We just didn't pick it. So, I mean, it's not out of the question. I just think that there are better things that can be played, and we'll make it challenging if that is the choice. Nightmare Eclipse are going to opt to ban the Kiriko first. So we're going to switch up the support line. Again, Juno Brig is the most likely option to come from it afterwards, since Lucio doesn't really pair too well with other supports nowadays, and you still need some sort of speed.
Yeah, it needs some sort of way just to get around. Obviously, it's not as important as it would be, let's say, in Flashpoint, but still a big necessity here. You want to make sure you can escort this bot relatively quickly, because we've seen it before. Half of a meter, 1 meter can make all of the difference in these close maps. So curious to see how that all plays out. Valentine taking a little bit of time. I wonder if they're debating if the ball ban is worth it here, or if they want to try and save it for a later date.
Yeah, this is not striking me as a Wrecking Ball map. I do not think you use that ban here, but I also don't think there were many struggles with the Wrecking Ball before. Kindred just existing as the Malga or the hazard at the back half of Ilios there just made sure there wasn't any follow-up. If she just stood there and was a brick wall, then what is the rest of the team supposed to do when the Wrecking Ball is so deep in the back line that you need to take 2 different planes to get to her? So there's not... It just doesn't seem likely to be the choice, and because you've already had a support ban, you don't need to protect a tank either. I do, honestly wonder, are we gonna get, some sort of DPS ban honestly, on that side. The Ashe was a huge issue when Autocado was hitting the shots. I think she's just going to go over to the Sojourn otherwise, but that is another thing to consider.
Yeah, no, that could definitely work out. And yeah, taking a lot of time during this pick is Valentine. And again, it's an important map. Eventually, they will actually ban the Diva. So Diva now has been used in back-to-back bans by both teams. So either both of them are like, hey, this team's good at Diva, but aren't maybe confident enough in their Diva, or they just don't like the hero in general based on what they're trying to run in these compositions. I think it's probably the latter. Because Diva can counter a lot of different playstyles with the defense matrix, and the boost perk right now is so good for Diva. So I wonder if that's more just, hey, we don't want that to shut down our game plan if Nightmare Eclipse want to pivot to it later on.
It's weird because Nightmare Eclipse has not played Diva this entire tournament.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's just a misread or really I don't want to deal with Diva, even if Eevee hasn't pulled it out yet. This tells me we're going to play Brawl. Are we going to play Brawl? We're going to find out. I think Ramattra being open in this map is the most likely opportunity. Every time we've had a Runasafi today, it has been a Ramattra ban, actually. So we will see what these teams are thinking in terms of that. Kindred is much preferring to more of these, I think, feels better on these Brawl takes as opposed to some of the dive. With the Diva being gone, whatever she picks is going to be fine. It's just how the team is going to work around her and whether Nightmare Eclipse are going to continue with their Chaos comp.
Yeah, the Chaos comp, I will say, if they realize that it's not working early, I just hope they make the swap fast enough. Because it felt like on Ilios, it took them a long time to swap off of it on Ruins, and then they never actually swapped off of it during the second round on Wells. So maybe just knowing like, hey, when do we need to swap? And sometimes you have this whole game plan and you feel so good about it, and then you have to swap anyway, so it can get messy. That is not a wrecking ball, however, so I don't know if they're going to have that conversation very quickly. The Junker Queen at least being teased by Eevee. You know what's also being teased? Our third appearance of Vendetta today. 3 for 3 in the series. This time, it'll be H-Key using the brand new hero as we load into Runasafi.
It's the first time we get a Vendetta mirror today, actually. So, a completely new strat, Nightmare Eclipse. This is an interesting comp if I've ever seen it. They want to go fast, and they want to hit things with swords. Fair enough. I'm down for that. They swing a bunch of sharp objects and chop Valentine to bits, but you got to get close to Valentine. And being close to a charged Zarya, or Benevolence in general, not going to be fun. But Pikmin does not care about that. Get 2 critical strikes back-to-back there. It opens that up so fast. Nightmare Eclipse knew that you have to initiate with this Vendetta gameplay. Valentine didn't know it. Oh, Pikmin!
Oh, Mikmin.
Mikmin, come on.
Rude. Already some swaps coming out from Valentine. Benevolence onto the Tracer, and AJMR on the Moira. Yeah, that's just rude. There's a little bit rude, Mikmin, but I respect it.
Mikmin was feeling
Sometimes you just gotta lay it down.
Me too. You had to send the message there, which I don't know if sending the message was 1v1ing Benevolence on the Tracer. That doesn't feel like a good matchup for Vendetta to take, but that, much better. That is a very hurt AJMR, who, does not manage to get out alive. Nautocado eventually will find the slice through, which, mind you, Nautocado, 90% of the time, has been a hit scan player. Now pulling out the Genji that we haven't seen in a hot minute, because she's been almost exclusively been playing hit scan, looking pretty darn fantastic, even without the bubbles having played the Zarya.
Yeah, especially because a lot of those bubbles are going to Mikmin instead of the Genji. Still making it work so far. As this spot is already almost to the tick, and it might just be here in just a moment, but it looks like Valentine giving it one more try.
Yeah, but they forgot to touch the point part of that try, and they don't have the health bars to continue that try. I mean, Nightmare Eclipse, we needed to see them play together. We needed to see them work as a unit and go fast. I think that this composition accomplishes all 3 of those things so far, because they are still walking.
Still walking and still getting eliminations. AHMR is able to get shut down at the very end, and already look at this, 75 meters and counting to 0 for Valentine, and it seems like Nightmare Eclipse has maybe cracked the code on how to use this comp.
Yeah, I mean, I'm here for it. We've only seen Vendetta with a Zarya today. First time with the Junker Queen, and it's working out. Well, maybe not for Mickman. Rampage, though, that will land them to at least Bernice, and they get a 1-for-1 trade. Nightmare Eclipse investing heavily. Now it's the Dragon Blade out from Nadokado. Has Kindred shoved in a locker, and Lunch Money yoinked away. In the back line, Valentine cannot get their footing going. They're about to be full swept on Runasapi if this doesn't stop.
They are able to find Crumb at the very end, so it's just Navia heals. That will kind of usher Nightmare Eclipse out eventually, even though Narukado's like, wait, guys, what? What do you mean? I think we can go. And eventually, they might push back in, but still 123 meters on the first push is absolutely insane, and it's about to be a really good turnaround here for Valentine.
Thundering strike. There you go. Way down a Kindred. Yeah, that's two halves of Zarya. Now, laying somewhere in the rooms of Runasapi. Mickman looking for more. Gets second onto the Vendetta counterpart. Man, it's just an absolute masterclass of the Vendetta so far. From Mickman really feeling themselves.
Yeah, Mickman putting on an absolute show. This is almost feeling like a Vendetta showcase game, like that we had during OWCS World Finals. And yeah, already going towards the final bit. No ultimates here for Nightmare Eclipse to put the finishing touch, but also no ultimates on the other side to have any sort of stop to the bleeding.
No, not at all. I mean, Mickman, speaking of bleeding, is looking to cause some minor distractions with a very large sword. I said it is Nadokado. We'll find Bernice in the back line. These supports from Nightmare Eclipse working overtime, and even overtime isn't enough to keep Mickman on their feet. It's just too much damage output. Nightmare Eclipse know that they've got the momentum on their side. If they can take out Kindred here, and then this goes very differently. It will be hit with this Rampage. It'll hit both that and Benevolence, who previously swapped over to the Torbjorn, of all things. That's not going to last long. By the way, Evie is looking at them, and Valentine out of options, out of meterage. We are about to witness a full sweep of Runasapi, Jesse, in under 5 minutes. Talk about a run back. Nightmare Eclipse tie this up.
Feels like a completely different team than what we had on Ilios. That was just unbelievable from Nightmare Eclipse. And yeah, we don't see the JQ a lot, but it worked out beautifully there. And Navia, I don't think Navia died.
Wouldn't shock me.
It wouldn't shock me if it didn't happen. Yes, obviously a great kill there from Mickman, but Navia continuing just to put down the law on the Brigitte. And yeah, all of a sudden today, this lower bracket, you called it. I will say, I thought you almost cursed us. But this lower bracket finally does not have a 3-0 sweep.
I take offense to that, but I was right. I'm just telling you. I think that Nightmare Eclipse is it's an interesting team because, again, they've been together the longest out of everybody, but they've always been on the outside looking in. They've been close to getting and reaching this top 3, top 4, but not quite there. They've gotten better every single tournament. They've had a higher placement this year, and I've kind of doubted it, the way they've performed in championships so far, but from what I just saw on that map, not only was that a genius Kiriko ban, because that helped both the Vendetta and the Junker Queen, I haven't seen a pop-off performance like that from Mickman in forever. Mickman is a very consistent player, but we don't see pop-offs a lot. I'm so glad we get this version of Mickman again, playing this brand new hero.
Yeah, the fact that we've already had a few different players. Obviously, Mickman is one, Peace, Jeremy, all having pretty unique views of the character as well. They're all kind of playing it a little bit differently. It's been great. It's great to see a new hero already kind of burst out to the scene like this, not kind of hiding back and, maybe it's taking a little bit longer than anticipated for a hero to kind of step into the meta. No, first tournament she's eligible, 4 or 5 days after release, and already just a major part, but not ridiculously broken, in my opinion yet. But no, this has been fantastic to see. But now the power goes back into the hands of Valentine on where we will go for the next map. Obviously, Escort, Hybrid, and Flashpoint all still available.
Yeah, I do wonder what's going to happen because I don't think Flashpoint's a good idea unless you're banning Vendetta. I don't think King's Row is a good idea unless you're banning Vendetta. Like, there's a lot of things now that I've seen that performance out of Mickman that I'm like, let's not do this. It will be for sure Hybrid. Okay, we picked King's Row. Do we ban Vendetta? Is kind of what we need to know here before we make any actual predictions of what's going to happen on this map.
Yeah, we saw it earlier. If you didn't see our first game of the day between me and my friends gaming and Dreamland, well, A, you missed the longest set of pauses I think we've had in Calling All Heroes, but also Peace just absolutely tearing it up, and that is why Valentine will decide to put the new character away. It'll be a Vendetta ban from Valentine. Let's see what Nightmare would like to do. Wouldn't blame them, even like a Zarya ban. But it will be kind of in the same vein. It'll be a Ramattra ban instead.
Alrighty then. I see where this is going. I don't mind it. We play some Zarya gaming. That's pretty chill. Yeah, I think the Vendetta was an absolute... That must not be played again. It will be played again, just not by the choice of Valentine, unless for some reason Nightmare Eclipse decide to ban it for themselves. So because the Vendetta is banned, I wonder if either A, we are going to see more Symmetra, or B, are we going to get more of that Venture Zarya that has kind of been taking over the King's Row meta?
I'd say probably more on the Zarya Venture. Just because we haven't seen either of these teams play Sim, at least today. So I wonder if they're trying to maybe stay away from that as long as neither team are running it. It does feel like, though, once one team starts running it and has success, the other team is almost forced to follow because it's just so much value sitting there on the table that it's kind of hard to let go.
It's right there. It's like dang on the carrot in front of your nose. But yeah, I mean, King's Row as a whole, like, it almost feels wrong to say King's Row meta. Like, this map, for a while, like, outside of the OG days of Overwatch 1, the Reinhardt Zarya, Reinhardt Diva, you know, that kind of jazz, no longer a thing, but it's been such an open map where people are still figuring out what the most optimal way to play it is in some form of Brawl, but recently it's kind of settled to some degree in terms of it. I say kind of. It is still decently flexible. Like, there's a lot of options, especially in DPS, that you can pull out on this map. But yeah, if you're a support player, you're playing Kiri Lucio. If you're a tank player, you're playing Zarya, unless you are maybe Kindred and pull Amalga, but highly unlikely given these chokes and how Mauga can be quite allergic to that amount of poke damage shoved down a small lane.
Yeah, it feels like it's just, hey, we're running it down. We're just not doing it with Ryan how we used to. It's with Zarya instead. Or if Zarya's banned, Ramattra. Even though we've seen a little bit of Sigma on this map. I wonder if that's more just teams experimenting more than anything else. I still think if you have, as long as you have that Lucio Kiri backline and you time out the amps well, you just run over the Sig, which can be a little bit of an issue. But no, let's see, you know, we're not playing Hearthstone. Better get that.
I just learned that that's what that was the other day.
What?
I don't pay attention to these things.
Oh my.
You know, like when you talk, like you're not like looking. Like my eyes might as well be closed right now. I think like the amount of times I've seen this fly through, and it just doesn't. It's not there. Like my mouth is moving. My eyes are closed.
You can see it at Blizzard World too.
Can you? Wait.
Yeah.
I should have known. Wait, there's computers in Blizzard World?
And attackers spawn.
Oh, like that table thingy?
Yeah.
It's not a computer, it's a table. Wait.
Well, no, they got like on some of them. I thought they have like the tablets with Hearthstone on it.
I don't know. All I remember about Blizzard World spawn rooms is there's those two tables that I like to jump back and forth on while I'm waiting for the game to start. that probably tells you something, but yeah, King's Row doesn't have that. I guess if you're like waiting for the King's Row to start, as long as we are right now, it would be engaging to start Hearthstone. Like, imagine if you could just like roll up and play that while we're just chilling at spawns. Like that's kind of the thing with gamers. Like, you know that those 30 seconds between queue, like you just have to be like on your phone. You have to like look at something, even though you're just it's gonna be 30 seconds, or even like the 10 seconds in which I'm gonna respawn. Like it's a bit of a problem, but hey, that's how it is.
Yeah, it's a little all over the place. I'm glad I'm not the only one who does it.
Yeah,
because I definitely do. And hey, especially when you're sitting here, make sure you get your drops. You know, like that's also the big thing. Make sure you follow. Make sure you got everything connected. Get your drops. I actually just got the notification on my phone that all my drops have been confirmed. So I'm very happy. I have the rock teapot already with Venture. Make sure you get all that stuff because, well, A, it's super cute. But B, hey, just why not? It's free stuff. Like, who says no to free stuff?
Nobody. Free is the best price, obviously.
Yup.
That's all I'm saying. Especially though with these drops. Adventure Rock Party? Tea Party? Fun
Come
fact,
on.
Jesse. Trivia facts. Let's see. I'll let you know your adventure
Uh-oh.
lore. What
Oh, Lord.
is the name of Adventure's Pet Rock?
Rocky?
Rocky? Really?
I don't know.
Honestly,
would
though,
I
I
know
think
what
if
the
Adventure
rock is
would name
named?
another rock, if Adventure would name another rock, I think Rocky would be up
Oh.
Adventure's alley. I'm not gonna lie. But no,
I-
no, you don't know.
No,
I've
I
said it
don't.
multiple times today. This is proof my
Today?
co-caster doesn't listen to me. Yeah,
Oh, okay now.
yeah. Every time we've looked at that picnic graphic, I've always said it's Rosetta. Rosetta is the pet
Oh
rock's
my
name.
God, you're right.
Yeah.
Oh my God,
See
you're
now,
right.
it's coming back to you.
Yeah, no, it is. No, it's all the wires have connected now. It's
I'm being ignored.
Uh.
That's what it is. Just think I was saying Rosetta out of context.
yeah, I thought yeah for a little bit. I'm like, are you just naming one of these rocks? Like, all right, like yeah, it could be fun, I guess. I'll name one, but
Yours could be
I don't
Rocky.
know. Mine will be Rocky, I guess. Yeah.
There you
But
go.
I thought the venture would maybe be a little sarcastic. It'd be like, hey, it's Rocky the Rock, you know?
Yeah, that's Rocky the Rock. That does. And that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not a bad guess. It was a funny guess, but it's not a bad guess. It does sound like a venture thing that they would do, and it is nice when we do get to see that played out. So again, make sure that you are following the Overwatch Esports channel and have your Battle.net account connected, so you too can get your hands on the drops. This is our last match of the day, but we are at only map 3 with a 1-1 tie, so still at least 2 more to go for those of you that are hanging on around for this one. But yeah, I'm curious if I really would get a pet rock. Honestly, I'd like I get a little hat, kind of like Rosetta has in the picture.
Okay. Would you like draw a face? Would you like draw the arms or like glue on sticks for arms and legs? Like what
How
would
about I
be?
deface my pet rock?
No, I'm just saying to add character.
I'd give my pet rock a hat, like a mini little hat thingy. I'd do that,
Okay.
like a little top hat. I could
Ooh,
see that.
okay.
It has to be like one of those perfectly smooth, circular, kind of like ovally type rocks. Oh, the gray ones.
Okay.
I'd give it a little top hat. What would I call it? I think
What
I'd
would
call
you
it
call the rock?
Terry my pet rock.
Terry the pet rock.
Because Terry wears a top hat.
Okay. Terry the top hat rock.
Yep, Terry the top hat rock. I think that makes sense, no? I like that. I can get
I don't know what I would name mine. I'll be honest
Rocky,
with you.
you already said it.
Oh yeah, maybe I would just name it Rocky. You know,
The Rocky
it's
the
not
Rock.
going to be a whole like comeback story movie. Just Rocky the Rock.
Well, hey, speaking of that, thank you all for rocking with us in that extended
Oh
pause
my
there.
God.
We are hopefully done yapping about that for the time being. I'm sorry, you can laugh all you want. I'm proud of that.
But I just didn't see it coming. I just didn't see it.
But hey, this usually means we are going to King's Row. We are staring at this Calling All Heroes logo for quite some time. There we go. King's Row is upon us, and I think it is the winter version, but we'll have to see once we exit the subway tunnels here. No substitutions to go either way. It will be Valentine on the defense. And another thing that we do see on this map is the D.Va, typically only on this first point. It's very nice because you can go back and forth between these high grounds, move around, and more counteract the dive that attackers tend to favor.
Oh, we're not on the winter version. Boo.
We're not! Wow!
Boo.
Man.
But yeah, usually it's on the offense you see more of the D.Va. Christmas is canceled.
Christmas.
the producer said.
Love that.
But no, they're actually on the defense here. Nightmare. The Ryan has to be bait, right? Like it's gotta be.
I mean, it's...
Or not?
I want to see it. Do it. No, it's just to shield the shot from Pikmin and Nadokado. I'm pretty confident in that. See what's being run. Everybody drops down. We see like 5 hero swaps. Okay, maybe we see 2 hero swaps. That's basically 5. Brig Juno for Nightmare Eclipse, as they will swap to that Zarya combo boost too.
Yeah, and already Nadokado just gets blown up. So a little bit of a reset already needed from a Nightmare Eclipse, and Mikmin will actually now go back into spawn.
We're thinking.
Think about what they're doing.
Oh, we're thinking again.
Oh,
Okay, we're done thinking.
Nadokado Widow, nothing yet. And now another swap. Yep, there it is.
Yeah, so you remember when I said 5 swaps? Hey, that's 5 swaps right there.
True.
I was on to something. I was just thinking too far ahead, though. Valentine, though, this is a unique setup. I say unique. A different setup than what we have been seeing from a lot of our Calling All Heroes teams. Very dive and poke heavy, as opposed to matching this brawl head-to-head. And because Eevee is on the Zarya, it will be very easy for Nightmare Eclipse to force this objective. Because you're not going to want to sit down there if you're Kindred. You just get melted. But Benevolence, though, does actually get the shot onto Nato Kato, who has been a bit quiet today, I will say. So good to see them coming up now on the Ashe as Valentine. I do lose the mech for Kindred, though. In the long run, that's tough.
Yeah, and especially that bubble is not going to last very long from Eevee. Benevolence will earn the final blow, but a lot of the heavy lifting was from H-Key. And already, almost half of this time being gone, Nightmare Eclipse kind of got a sniff of the point, but that's really about it. They have the Pulse Bomb maybe to work with soon, but they have to deal with HMR, and, well, maybe not anymore.
Yeah, that, honestly, it would have been better if Kindred had died when she got teamed up, because then that's just a huge dagger. There will be no tank for Valentine for at least 2 ticks, but actually Kindred going over to the Doom Fist in an attempt to get this back faster so that there will be a full contest.
And they have the duplicate as well that they can use to stall a little bit of time. So it's not all for naught, but already a lot of damage in, but Bernice falls first.
Yeah, Bernice going down there is not ideal for Valentine as they were looking to re-engage on this point. Nightmare Eclipse, all they have to do is press one shiny button that Crumb has. It calls in the giant space laser, and it will mean the end for Valentine. Unless there is something crazy that goes on. This is a much larger commitment, though. Kindred is just forced to 3 ults completely by herself, is still alive, has the title blast. It won't hit Eevee exactly, but she's dead anyways, so Valentine managed to clutch this, I mean, with massive question mark. There is still much dust to be settled before we can assume where that's going. I mean, Kindred being on this Doom Fist is going to be rough the longer that this goes on, and eventually will fall after Narukato turns her into a pin cushion, takes out a second in H-Key. Finally, Valentine will get that point. Then we have 1-1.
It definitely took a little bit longer than anticipated, but eventually the flip is through. Now Kindred, not needing to stall any longer, will go over to the Zarya. So maybe looking for a little bit of a fresh start on this round. What a shot from Narukato, the final explosive shot. And just AJMR had no healing to keep them up. So nice little play there from Narukato. She'll be kind of peeking around. Has the bullet shot if she needs it, but I don't see her needing it anytime soon. So much space right now for Nightmare Eclipse to work with. Valentine, no ultimates because of a lot of the swaps that have gone through anyway. And they're just going to keep the snowball.
Yeah, Kindred, sorry, this is Eevee territory. You are not allowed to access that. Okay, no tank for Valentine. The rest of them should be able to get out safe and sound, though, so quick re-engage once they get Kindred
Or
back.
not.
I just jinxed it. Goodbye, AJMR.
Wow.
No fast re-engage after all.
And who's the cursed one, huh?
Okay, well, I didn't
look
curse
at
it.
you.
AJMR overextended. I can't help that.
Oh, okay, so now shifting the blame. Okay. Mick going for a little bit of a pulse play, but yeah, no, not enough plays to get the job done that time.
No, not quite. It would have been kind of cool, kind of fancy, but no, we'll have to hold on to it for a safer occasion, or just get a couple of pellets on the H-Key, taking her out of the sky. Valentine, about a meter remaining. There's the pulse bomb that we were expecting. As you should, be patient, wait for the right time to strike, and yeah, this is the steamroll that we're a little afraid of from Nightmare Eclipse. That momentum from that last round of Unit Soppy is keeping up.
Yeah, the momentum just continues in their favor, and these little pop shots from Narukato shows why Freya continued to get banned today, even though the nerfs did come through. Some ultimates are finally being online now for Valentine. Shortly, the rush from AGMR and the dupe from H-Key, but Narukato just for the standard, they're stuck and they barely get out.
I think it had 5 HP at some point throughout that exchange, but Nightmare Eclipse happy to have their Inscan alive, especially once this orbital ray comes up. Valentine can't really use the Kitsune Rush. As a result, duplicate onto the Mei. Yes, it gets the Blizzard down, actually crashes onto Eevee at the last couple of seconds of it being alive, and Valentine gets some much needed footing on this defense.
Yeah, very much needed that, did Valentine. That's H-Key. Maybe, well, debated on the swap. Now it's just going over to the Mei themselves instead of having to dupe the Mei. Especially once you get to this third phase, it's really tough. The Echo doesn't really have a whole lot of ways to even fly around, let alone get those flanks for the stickies. So might as well just match the Mei and try and maybe counter out these walls from Mikmin, or just try and wall off EV yourself.
I mean, this Graviton Surge, though, it's pretty much a guaranteed fight win, unless something goes terribly wrong. So grab on an Eevee, though, and that's just the recipe for success. Only was one ingredient for Valentine, which is best case scenario. Looking at still about a 2-minute time bank to have to defend for.
Yeah, 2 minutes left, or just under. Blizzard and the Bola shot here for Nightmare Eclipse could make for a nice little combo, but probably will be used separate. And Bernice does have the Sound Barrier to answer in some way, shape, or form. So I think right now the issue for Nightmare Eclipse, they haven't been able to go in enough to even pressure Benevolence. They've kind of been just chilling here in the back area. And yes, some pop shots here and there from Nadokado, but she has not been able to get enough onto Nadokado to really even force her to back up from this position.
Well, Maywall might have done it if Benevolence just didn't panic and throw with Bob, which honestly, not a bad panic, Bob. It guarantees you stay alive, and it gets time off the clock. You still have ults to work with, so it's not the end of the world for Valentine.
Yeah, no, not the end of the world at all. Bernice, a little bit of an explosive shot to the face. Bola shot goes on high ground, and it does at least force Benevolence to fall, but nothing else.
Nope, only that so far. Pretty expected for a bullet shot. Now this is the real fireworks we were talking about. Both the support ults and the Blizzard laid on top with the Graviton Surge, and somehow, some way, nearly everybody is at full health, which is a miracle after how much chaos just occurred on the points. Now that we've pressed all the exciting stuff for the day, what else can Nightmare Eclipse show for their final 30 seconds? Really just the support ults here. If Crumb can maybe help Eevee walk forwards, might need to use it defensively, but it's not typically what we see. Actually ended up going on to Mikmin to help speed them out and get the play out of the Blizzard, but it just ends up being a 1-for-1 trade at the end of it. Valentine on the losing side. Losing AJMR means no sustain for Kindred, who's already so far into the backline. Worst case scenario for them. And Valentine will be looking to back off here as Nightmare Eclipse begin their overtime push.
Yeah, overtime push will start up, but again, no real ultimates to work with. But if you're Valentine, you just got to get out. Obviously, HK was never getting out of that situation, so that's when you kind of push to the side. Another Ash will be available here from Benevolence if they just want to throw him onto cart to allow a little bit more time for the stall to come through. But you also got to deal with Mikmin. They have made the swap to the Venture, and will be sent right back to spawn.
Yeah, Benevolence really stepping up on this round. Has been rather silent in maps 1 and 2. This is the hit scan we know and love, so it's good to see their presence. Bob gives extra presence in this instance. It'll be 2 for technically 0, unless you count that. Nice shot on the Eevee to finish them off. Be just short of a full completion on King's Row. I think it's the first time we've seen this map today, and it has not been completely run through.
Yeah, or at least once.
Yeah.
But yeah, so at least if you are on the other side here, you don't even need to win the map and then even go a little bit farther. You don't even have to complete the map. This card only went 50 meters here in the final stage. So Valentine, very clear win condition going into their attack. But let's see, Nightmare Eclipse, they were brilliant in the beginning of this. So let's see if they can find some sort of pivot around Benevolence. 9,500 damage.
Yeah, that checks out.
Yeah, that checks out. Yeah, no, that's just egregious. But wow.
And Benevolence needed it too. It was kind of weird. I didn't really comment on it earlier because Valentine were doing pretty well, but it was an uncharacteristic performance from Benevolence, who's often a standout player for this roster. Now finding that rhythm that we're very accustomed to, so it's great to see them pop off and keep that up. I think it is a little bit harder to play hit scan on the attack. You have to fight for your positioning instead of just having it to start. So we'll see how that ends up playing. But on the other side, Nightmare Eclipse is going to opt to start Eevee on the Zarya, continuing with the Kiri Wuyong that we have seen from them for most of the day today. The only thing that's kind of strange here, I guess, is the Mikmin Tracer. Something we don't see a ton on first point defense anymore.
Yeah, we don't see the Tracer a lot on defense, especially here in the first phase, but a little bit to deal with Benevolence on the Cassidy, but already very quick TP over. That'll force Nightmare Eclipse to rotate into the hotel. They don't want anybody to get caught off guard once the jump down happens.
Valentine pulling a little bit of Symmetra out the first time. We've seen it from each key, but it's been to varying levels of success. Got into the high ground, and yep, knock knock, Benevolence is there, and Mickman is no longer home, apparently. Nightmare Eclipse, they should be okay for now. It's like you can see how much Kindred is struggling to move forwards onto this objective. As long as Eevee has enough health to just stand and be a force of nature, it's a problem. And losing a Nadokado isn't going to make that task any easier for this team. It's really just been Benevolence trying to fight again. Helps find Mickman just returning now from the spawns. The D-Mech, though, that should seal the end of the push for Valentine. Not having any firm footing to keep this one going.
Yeah, it's not like Benevolence didn't try another pop there. From Benevolence, just in great form, and maybe once the Diva is back, could be something different, but still 2 ticks off the opening attack. That is... okay.
Fair enough. You gotta give it a shot. I'm shocked Mickman was gutsy enough to go in and put a full clip.
I know.
That was kind of insane, but everybody's alive. It's okay. Nightmare Eclipse, okay, worried they wouldn't get a touch there, but do end up sticking another toe on the payload. Granted, not for that long. HK returns out of the venture, immediately snaps up 2. Now be all for the first point defense. I liked these last second swaps from Valentine to really disrupt Nightmare Eclipse.
Yeah, just a little bit of chaos knowing that, hey, we don't need to stick any of these picks necessarily. They probably will stick HK on the venture, but Kindred is going to go back over now to the Zarya. No, no harm, no foul. Making a little bit of a swap to the Doom, just try and get a little pop off. And then swapping back. 4.5 minutes for Valentine. And Streets face Benevolence already under half health, but we'll get healed up fairly quickly. Plenty of ultimates from both sides. Big one here, though, from Valentine is the sound barrier. Can counteract any of the 3 from Eclipse.
Yeah, it's a big decision for Benice to end up using, especially since Nightmare Eclipse do not have that responding ultimate. They're just gonna hold it for the time being, not too afraid of the Nadokado overclock as everyone backs away safely. Still, it is starting to move around the first quarter. I believe this Graviton Surge is where we're gonna see the sound barrier actually come out. It's just a matter of time until Eevee decides to pull the trigger.
I wonder if they're waiting for Mickman to get in position and pull a little bit of a grab. Pulse Bomb combo, but also now you got H-Key over by Mega. There it goes.
Susa's already out, though. The Pulse Bomb chunks through pretty much all the health, but everybody on Valentine will live. If that sound barrier was a second later or earlier, there's a lot of dead bodies of Valentine on the ground. But for now, everybody is nice and happy, unless your name is Kindred. Valentine, though, if they can trade this out for Eevee here, this is a still very winnable situation. But Eevee just completely turned it. It was a 3v1, and they grabbed all 3 completely by themselves. It's only Benevolence now to shut them down. I'm not convinced Benevolence can miss on the Cassidy despite these performances all day. It will eventually clutch it out for Valentine.
Yeah, my goodness, the dead at the end is like, hey, no, you're dying. Like, you are not keeping this charge. You are dying. Fair play, I will say, to Navia. The clutch Suzu to keep Eevee up as long as they were, but still, this car continues to move. Navia knowing that, hey, somebody's back here.
Yeah, Benevolence trying to be sneaky, but sees that's not going to do all that much with where Nightmare Eclipse are currently positioned. Waiting here, Kitsune Rush of AJ Mar. Navia will have one of her own momentarily, assuming Eevee can keep this payload contested long enough before the cap comes on in. I mean, Benevolence just is hitting shot after shot, especially on a Mick who's just not been allowed to play this video game. Kitsune Rush is there in a 4v5. Eevee doing their best to burn through some of these players, and it will pay off in the end. So much charge on her, just getting beat up in the corner for the first half of that battle.
Yeah, just so much charge already built up. And so it's like, yes, you're getting to this fight late, but able to build it up fairly quickly. Now, Mickman, a little bit of a rogue change here. Onto the Pharah. It can work on King's Row. A lot of natural architecture to work around. But also, the way that Benevolence is hitting shots, I would just have a little bit of caution.
I was gonna say, I think Mickman swapped because Benevolence just kept murdering them on the tracers. I'm like, oh, that makes sense. Swap the Pharah, which Benevolence will happily try to hit at the same time, but it is not their time to shine. It is the Graviton Surge of Eevee, and actually Kindred later on in that battle. And that was actually a Kindred grab first. The kill feed bug really messed with me there, but it is, I believe, Nightmare Eclipse who have a stronger advantage within that fight. Eevee's later grab, for once, actually worked out.
Yeah, it worked out because they had the air support from Mickman to have a little bit of a finishing blow, but yeah, Team Orange, yay! You know,
Woo!
This bug is definitely gonna drive some people insane for a little bit. Benevolence, Deadeye about to happen. Could be sped around with the sound barrier extra health if they want, but also maybe even like a tidal blast on a Mickman to give them the extra health for Deadeye. For the
okay, well,
okay,
that's
never mind.
yeah, they tried to rocket jet out of there, but no. Benevolence does not miss. That was the theme of the competition last week. If you were not here for that, witness Benevolence, a force to be reckoned with on the hit scan. Get the team kill for Valentine. They'll roll through into point number 3. The minute 55 reminder, you don't need the full completion here.
Yeah, do not need the full completion. That blue box of victory right there is all they need to do to win map 3 to get themselves on a series point here. But still, definitely not a done game yet. Only 90 seconds remaining. Blizzard and Beat available here for Valentine to play aggressive. But they still have to worry about this barrage from Mickman.
Raj, it's a difficult ult to use. Mickman has to somehow sneak in, or just do it in a small room. That works too. And by some miracle, Bernice is there with the boop and the sound barrier at the same time to keep them up. While in the meanwhile, the main fight that was happening means Evie's already dead. Valentine can just walk this payload home. 4 meters left remaining. Nobody from Nightmare Eclipse can easily stand on the point. There are a couple of trades going back and forth, but as long as Kindred lives, there is a real threat. Evie now respawned on the right heart of all things. Just more exist on the objective and be more of a presence while the remainder of the team responds. But Nadokado, Mickman, Chrome doing an excellent job cleaning this one up, and Valentine, it looks like a sure win, but not this quite yet.
Yeah, not yet. Now 40 seconds remaining. It's not like they have a ton of time to work with here still. So now Nightmare Eclipse, yes, they used a lot during that. Maybe a Tidal Blast just to keep Evie up at some point. Overclock here from Nadokado is going to be the X factor. No sound barrier to answer from Valentine. But the grab here from Kindred, I wonder if they just pop it on Nado as soon as the overclock is here.
I would like to see it, but it's going to be, like, it's one final fight. He just grabs on search of munition. I mean, Valentine has the biggest win con to work with. It lands on a 3, but because it grabs Evie, it will make it difficult to burn through. But because HK and Benevolence have both the high ground to lock the shield, doesn't mean squat. Valentine claim King's Row, now up to match points in their lower finals matchup.
2-1 up after a banger of a game on King's Row. And now, yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a rough comeback here for Nightmare Eclipse, but obviously still doable considering that went down to the final fight. And Evie, yeah, had a bunch of great plays regardless of the match in the map loss. But yeah, this is turning into one of our better games, not only of today, but of the tournament so far. Everybody kind of a little bit of counter punches, but now Vendetta potentially is back into the fray. We'll see if she gets banned one more time, or if we will see her again in map 4.
I would love to see it, especially on like a Flashpoint. Those are still open,
God, yes.
for this to be chosen, and because Nightmare Eclipse were the ones that absolutely dominated on that specific hero before, highly doubt that's going to be banned, and it is their map pick. Many decisions to be made, whether they might seem obvious to us, it might look a little bit different behind the scenes because they have more info than we do. We're going to give them some time to mull it over, and we'll come back with a continuation of our lower bracket match right after this. don't have a sweep today. I mean, we already knew that. It was 1-1 heading into King's Row. It is now 2-1, favoring Valentine. As we exit and prepare for map number 4, ball is in the court of Nightmare Eclipse. What are they going to decide to do with it? Vendetta unbanned and ready to be played. The only map types we haven't seen so far are Escort and Flashpoint.
Yeah, so limited options here, but obviously still enough that they can kind of teeter with. If they want to go Escort, it's either Dorado, Root, or Shambali. Flashpoint is either Suravasa or New Junk. Atlas is still not available. So let's see what they want to do. If they want to kind of play another, quick, fast, rushy style, we're going to Flashpoint. If they want to play something either Divey or Pokey, we're going to Escort. That's kind of where we're at this point. But let's see what they would like to do. I wouldn't be surprised if they went Flashpoint, considering they ran over in Bush. So they want to play a very similar style to that. Suravasa seems to be the more obvious pick, but let's see.
I'm smelling a Flashpoint Protect Junker Queen. That sounds right to me. That is the comp that was played back on Murasaki. Okay. New Junk City, honestly, I think this was, if you are going to play more brawly Junker Queen-ish stuff, this would be the map to do it. I want Ramatra ban. I think that would be a decent option for Nightmare Eclipse. Or Malga ban. Yeah, good comms, actually. Kindred, Malga on the other side. Nightmare Eclipse, 2 steps ahead of even us on this specific objective. So that could tell us a number of things, but it does make sure Junker Queen will not be taken away.
Yeah, you protect the JQ and you ban away the Maga from Valentine, who they'd run it if they had the opportunity to. Like, it's there. It's sitting there as an option. But yes, that will not be on the board here for a New Junk City. Let's see what Valentine wants to do. Obviously, they could ban out the Vendetta if they don't want to see it ran, but it felt like they were the better team while running the Vendetta. So I think it could work as we get ready here. But yeah, I think this could work out. Especially if you're a Nightmare Eclipse, you at least get rid of that Maga threat. And you can play the Ramatra, right? If you really want to, you can just play the Ram, you can play the Ursa, whatever you want, and not feel like you have that immediate fear of just getting completely burned down.
It will be actually a Juno ban to do that.
Okay.
There. So I guess just make sure we are playing the Lucio Kiriko after all, because that is literally the only other form of speed. Unless you're insane, you're not playing Lucio with any other support. That's not Kiriko. I was kind of like thinking, why is Juno so short in that? But I don't know. Maybe she just wasn't ready for picture day. Either way, we have I feel like our compositions are decently set heading into this map. The one thing that will be different if this Vendetta Junker Queen is active is that Kiriko is now unbanned. So there will be a bigger hindrance into both a Rampage or just the Vendetta in general. I think like that's one of the better heroes you can be on against that. Yes.
Yeah, it's going to be a little tricky, but I do think the Kiriko, well, A, is just a great counter to Vendetta if you can time the Suzu right. That's granted the giant if/asterisk next to that. Just because it's so fast, especially once you get her attack speed amped up. The more hits you get, it gets a little more and more tricky to try and deal with. But especially even with the JQ as well. Obviously, they will want to return to it. It's what want them over in Arunasapi, having that cleanse for your JQ, even though it hurts on the other end, they could cancel out the Rampage. Overall, it's still a net positive for Nightmare Eclipse.
I would like to say it, but I do fear a little bit more now with Kindred's Zarya. It is difficult to play the Junker Queen into that pick, as well as it seems... Okay, yeah, no, they will actually just be being on the same comp. Benevolence being on this Cassidy, though, newly awakened, also got to be a little terrifying.
Yeah, just a little bit, especially the way right now Benevolence lining up everything in King's Row. They'll want to try and find that form once again. This almost seems like tradition. Ring around the Rosie, around the point. Eventually, somebody's going to get caught.
Yeah, Nightmare Eclipse, certainly the cat, in this situation. Valentine avoiding getting pounced on, at least for the most part, for the first cycle of cooldowns. Eevee likely waiting until the commanding shout is available before trying to close that gap, or Mikmit just takes a bite out of Benevolence's health bar, but HK's there to shut it down. So HK actually the one to come up bigger on the Vendetta this time around. Didn't really get to see much from her because it was all the Mikmin show, but this first fight tells a different story.
Yeah, I was surprised they didn't return a certain service back over, considering. But yeah, I think, hey, gotta confirm the dub first. But yeah, Valentine capped first. And this Zarya can be an issue if you're running the JQ comps. Obviously, they can just bubble whoever you're trying to use the Carnage on. So this will be a little tricky for Nightmare Eclipse to go in. But obviously, you also want to use those bubbles to help initiate with H-Key. So it might be that balance of trying to help your backline against Mikmin and Eevee, but also helping your own Vendetta.
Yeah, it's easier for Nightmare Eclipse to follow up with the Junker Queen comp because they're fast. We saw that right there. Without the commanding shout, without the additional speed, you're just going to be sending your Vendetta in to fight the wolves, which would be quite fitting, but not in this case scenario. Mikmin has all of the backup. The Nightmare Eclipse quick to get the flips.
Yeah, flip goes on through, and yeah, Mikmin, you can tell, just loves this hero.
Oh, yeah.
Just fully diving in, no complaints whatsoever. There's still a good amount of percentage here for Valentine going into this, and now they will at least have either Kitsune Rush or the Deadeye as well to try and make their way through. They're actually going underneath to try and deal with a lot of the early poke damage.
Looking for a bit of a creative way in. You have time to take these alternate routes if you want to, but time has certainly sped up. Both Kitsune Rushes are out, and High Noon has been called with Benevolence, and no eliminations to really show from that overall commitment. It's still Eevee working alongside Mikmin to get these last couple of elims. AJMR and Benevolence coming up with a couple to even this out to a certain degree, but yeah, it should be enough to go through. It was really only Eevee. Still not the point. Maybe would have rampaged if it was alive, but no, gonna have to reset.
Yeah, if Eevee was able to get it, there was a chance that maybe it was used, but no, they will hold on to it because I think they could get another touch here. Nightmare Eclipse. They're gonna have to book it, but it is potentially possible to get one more touch, and if they do, then they have Blade and the Rampage, but that could be an issue.
Yeah, I can't really touch if you are locked against the wall like super glue, rather by the powers of gravity. Kindred throughout the Graviton Surge, good way to deny the final fight altogether. Nightmare Eclipse will have to look for a different objective. Valentine get themselves Arena. It appears we're going to be moving over to, yes, Junkyard next one.
Yeah, going over the Junkyard for the second flashpoint of New Junk City, and already you can see Valentine getting a little bit of an early start to the rotation over. Mikmin just trying to poke a little bit, see if he can start building up that ult charge, but Nightmare Eclipse will have to probably dig into the ult bank to try and break through with the hold here of Valentine, who is already going to start capping.
Oh my goodness! Not only there's so many things that just happened, there was an Ajax, there was the Blade getting canceled out from Nanokado. Absolute carnage on the battlefield when that dust settles. It's Valentine on top, even though they're the ones that lost the sound barrier.
Things that should not happen. Things that should not happen. The Ajax comes through from the Blade from Nanokado. Nanokado gets killed during the Blade because of the ult from HK. And then HK just goes nuclear near the end of it. It saves the fight for Valentine. Just wow. That's all I can say. Wow.
Yeah, Valentine, though, you don't have the beat for that, and probably kicking yourselves for it, but there's not much you can do. Eevee will pick up 2. Rampage actually landed on 4. Nobody can be hit with the Suzu, so Nightmare Eclipse will get that point back after about 43%.
Yeah, pretty quick flip, but yeah, that's got to go into the highlight reel. That's on the tournament highlights. It's got to be. Crumb will have the sound barrier for this fight for Nightmare Eclipse to answer anything. Maybe even an early Kitsune Rush from Nivea if they would like. But look at this, just speeds right over to the rotate.
Yeah, and it catches HK completely off guard. The DPS players from Valentine chopped down to size. Nanokado and Mikmin loving the sword-wielding heroes in the DPS department. I can't say I quite blame them. Although if they do get this stagger onto AJMR, who has some serious movement, I might add, it'll be a little longer before they return.
They got the moves, man. Like I don't know what to tell you, but it doesn't matter. At least there. Nightmare Eclipse still able to hold on one more fight to even us up. here at 1 apiece, and they're not waiting at all.
Alrighty, McMinn, let's see what you got. Or rather, H-Key. That'll be crumbed down. Thankfully, did not use the sound barrier this time. Valentine will just be able to walk right back to this point. Right as Nightmare Eclipse will get to the 99% marker. Needing one more re-engage to make this one happen.
Yeah, we'll at least need one more fight, but yeah, man, Vendettas are so fun. Make sure you, hey, once you're done watching us here, just log into the game, play some quick player comp. If you don't know how to play a character, play quick play for your teammate's sake. But no, they're just absolutely dominant and just showing the pop-off ability that the hero has. And now, Nightmare Eclipse, they have things here to try and push this 3 ultimates, but this grab could be an issue.
Ooh, the ante though will be the Rampage landed on a 2, but the grab with the surge, so pretty much any follow-up, even if there aren't any eliminations. Thundering sword from the sky, there we go. AJMR went splat from helping clean up the remainder of this fight. I mean, Benevolence still gets quite a few down before the eventual retreat out of Valentine. I think it's just Bernice and Benevolence that are hanging around. Everybody else either recently respawned or can't do much. Good knife stick there from Evie. Deal with problem child.
What?
Bernice, we've had 2 interesting sound barrier choices from Bernice. I'm not sure if that was better or worse than the Ajax. Either way, the result will remain exactly how it was going to be in the first place. Nightmare Eclipse will get the point right on back.
Yeah. I don't know about that one. She's going to want that one back, I think. I understand, like, in the moment, like, oh my god, winnable, winnable, winnable. Oh, no, it's really not. So that'll be, honestly, you lose the point there, you may even lose this next fight because of it, but now Nadokado has a free blade?
Oh yeah, Nadokado knows it, and there she goes for 2 swings. Oh well, that's, that was a bunch of burst damage, 100 to zeros between the works of Benevolent and HK, who has taken the deck, but Benevolent is just too darn good on this Cassidy today. Very rare misses from them. If we have seen these fights won or come close to being won, then because of the cast play, Valentine, though, will get themselves this first point as Nadokado, unfortunate turnabout.
I don't blame her, though. Like, you can't blame her at all. For like, okay, this is winnable, let's go.
Well, there you go. Nadokado got revenge. I'm pretty sure she's happy about that one. Maybe a couple of happy giggles for it, but we'll have to find out later. Valentine still seeing how long they can hang around, get a couple more percentage points. Highly doubt Evie is going to pull out the Rampage here. It's pretty solidly won. But once this next fight starts to come on up, Jesse, that's a real tool to fear.
Yeah, it's going to be, so you can just use that really early, even though I wonder if AJMR is just going to use the Kitsune Rush early, right? Usher the rest of their team in. But instead, it's Evie.
Yeah, it hit 4, but 3 of them were Suzu'd, and the other one is in the sky with a giant sword slicing from the bits. All right, H-Key, I see you. That'll be a double kill for her, and that fight is over pretty much as soon as it started, despite how heavy the commitment was.
Yeah, that fight flipped real fast. It'll be Nadokado and Evie trying to step back into this, maybe trying to stall it out, but the flip's already there.
Yeah, the flip's there. Okay. I honestly thought Nadia was going to
Nadia?
go down, but she actually gets 2 kunai headshots and actually gets out with her life. That's a burn down for the Kiriko. Nightmare Eclipse. How is Nadia doing this? It's a 4K for the support. Wow.
That's just not fair. That's just not fair at all. A fight that we were like, okay, Evie and Nadokado are kind of stuck. This could get messy. Navia just pops for 4. Kitsune Rush can be used here during this fight. Sound Barrier, both DPS ults. It's a perfect position for Nightmare Eclipse to go 2-1 up.
Yeah, you just going up. Navia already has the Kitsune Rush out. Perfect. Suzu and the Sound Barrier to cover extra coverage. Each Vendetta getting traded out. At the very beginning, Valentine, they don't really have a whole lot to work with. Benevolence Deadeye can buy them some space on the objective. Most of the players huddling behind these buildings, but it doesn't guarantee the swap. I believe it was Crump who was hanging around the objective to prevent the flip until now. Nightmare Eclipse still with 5 players here. Nadokado, the second swing at the Dragon Blade, but this time with the Sound Barrier, being much more cautious about how she commits the dashes. Couldn't quite say the same for H-Key. Almost ended up going down for the better part of that battle. Evie, though, almost up to another Rampage, and that goes off here. That is a way to turn the fight around. 3, all anteed up. No Suzu from AJMR, only online now, but it hits none of the targets that it needed to. Valentine falls short yet again as Nightmare Eclipse claim bomb flats.
And they go up 2-1 on New Junk City, 1 flashpoint away for bringing us all the way to map 5. But let's see if they can do it. Obviously, a very heavy commitment during that fight from both sides, but still ult advantage in the favor of Valentine. This one's going to be a fight outside of points.
Yeah, I just don't entirely blame them. I think you want more verticality for the Vendetta to work with, but it does force a Kitsune Rush out of AJMR that you're happy to be able to work with. The fact that you get H-Key, not having your own ult at your back, that's pretty good. Eventually, Mixman will pay for their own crimes. Point will unlock soon, and it doesn't seem either team is super keen on moving towards it. Nightmare Eclipse, though, still ended up getting wiped. Just eventually, it will wear them thin, and Benevolent swapping to the Tracer certainly didn't do any harm.
Yeah, no, as much as they were popping off on the Cassidy, having the Tracer available here is a great tool for Valentine. Now, Kindred just trying to hang out. She's looking to see if she can pop this Rampage, but also have to just kind of wait out the protection Suzu from Navia.
Or just the Kitsune Rush. It's difficult to engage on this point. You could pull it out here, but the Suzu's already early. Kindred could go right now if she wanted to, but no! Gets sliced out of it. Unstoppable Rampage can certainly be stopped if you take the damage. And that was all 5 players from Nightmare Eclipse to dish it out.
Oh, it was the perfect setup, and the dominoes just all crumble in the face of Kindred, and that's one that's gonna sting if you are Valentine. Oh, Nightmare Eclipse in a great spot to keep this going. Blade available to go right away.
Well, we said that last time. Think about how that turned out. So,
Yeah,
Natakano, I'm assuming learned her lesson from before. It does also have a pulse bomb on Benevolence side of the Cassidy. It wasn't enough, so we'll pull that. Great value out of Natako's first part of the Dragon Blade. It goes a bit deep here. Do end up separating the majority of the team. That's 2 players down. AJMR most notably. Nightmare Eclipse forcing Valentine to do a fast reset. They're only gonna have 1 more fight on this map if they're not careful.
Yeah, I don't even know if they're going to have 1 more clean one, as Nightmare Eclipse just continue to push forward. They are at the spawn doors of Valentine, now electing to back up, but this will force a very hurried attack from Valentine, which probably just using the beat to initiate just to make sure they can ensure a touch.
Yeah, you kind of have to love our tempo beats when you have to do it, but Mixman, that's 2 laid down with 1 thundering below. Might end up in the pit afterwards. That's where Valentine's about to be. Rampage out from Eevee, chases down Bernice, only Kindred remains at a sliver of HP. And Nightmare Eclipse, they are not about to go down without a fight. We are going all the way to map number 5.
Map 5, here we go. Make it sure all you get your drops are Nightmare Eclipse. And we will go all the way to Escort for the final map of this series and the final day of day 3. And final game of day 3, I should say, of the Calling All Heroes Championships. Just what a game so far. Both these teams, who knew it would be a Junker Queen mirror?
Yeah.
That would give us such an entertaining game on New Junk City. But man, oh man, these teams are not giving up.
Not at all. Nightmare Eclipse, yeah, you went into this game as the 4th seed against the 7th, and like, oh, we're the underdog somehow? Bet. So, we're taking it all the way to 5. I am worried for how the rest of this will go, as not only is it not Nightmare Eclipse's map pick, but the only times that they have won, Jesse, have been on that specific comp. It's Escort. Sure. That comp's not working on any of those maps, and maybe Shambali, but I guarantee, even if that is the choice, there's no way Valentine allowed them to play it again.
No, there's no way that Valentine picked Shambali. If I had to pick, it's probably going to Root. But let's see here. Obviously, I just don't think it's going to be that much of an option, as it will be Escort. Again, Dorado, Root, and Shambali are the final maps available. And Diva cannot be banned across the board because she has already got banned twice. Once per each team, and this is a very good Diva map if you go to Dorado, but let's see if that ends up being the case.
I wouldn't hate a Dorado out of Valentine. Last time we got to see it on broadcast, actually, against Vindrive, Valentine, yeah, they had Kindred on the Diva for a good part, but actually pulled out the Mauga on a good part of the 2nd objective and 3rd. which worked pretty well. That can't be banned either. Well, I mean, unless Valentine were to do it themselves, but I highly doubt that is the case. I'm also, like, not ruling out Shambali. I just think that if you are going to do this map, you cannot have it be the Junker Queen existing, but we will, in fact, be going to Dorado as Valentine's pick. Diva is a guarantee, as you said. Mauga, also an option that Kindred likes to pull out on this point. And you know what the best part is? This is the map that Benevolence, we found out that they don't miss on last week.
Yeah, no, I think we saw and found that out the hard way. Like, it was just, hey, immediate, boom, let's go.
Well.
And yep.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
That makes sense. The Ana ban, you want to force the Kiri Lucio. It helps both the Winston / Diva, but most importantly, the Mauga, should Kindred pull that out. And then the Ashe is just, Benevolence is an issue. So, Sojourn is my guess that we're going to be looking at. Freya's also an option. I feel like it's harder to play into the dive, though.
Yeah, it can be a little bit tricky. You'd almost need the Kiriko to make sure you can get out of those tricky spots with the protection Suzu. But actually, yeah, very curious. I think just having the verticality of Freya can be a little bit better. Soj, a lot of the times people will pick the major perk where you get the 2 slides, but you lose a lot of the verticality in those. So you'd almost have to go into the power slide where you build up the energy for the perk. I don't know. It's honestly wide open here in the final map of this series. Who's going to take it and advance into the top 4 with a match against Exo Sakura tomorrow? And who will bow out valiantly here in the top 6?
A lot on the line here for this map number 5. And both of these rosters, honestly, if I could push them forwards, I would. But that's not how this works. Both have put in so much work throughout the year. Valentine having to qualify through the LCQ and Nightmare Eclipse being the one roster immune to roster mania after every single one of our tournaments so far, or the true definition of the power of friendship, where Valentine are the quote-unquote underdog / not underdogs that want to make that run back to the finals yet again, and Dorado to be the map to decide it. We haven't seen dive since map 1 of Ilios, and like it's almost so hard to think back that far because we've had so many things evolve since that point.
Feels like a completely different series, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like if that map was just so out there and then we've been in rush the entire rest of the way. And granted, there will be teams that will try and force rush, and once you get to 3rd phase, you can actually just make the hard pivot to rush and it can work really well. But you really can't do that for the 1st and especially 2nd phases of this map. There's so much verticality, you need to be able to have that extra movement available, so it's really going to dig into the pockets here of the flexibility of these teams. What can they do to keep their hopes alive? Obviously, Eevee, I wouldn't be shocked if they tried the Wrecking Ball here early. It's a map that can work. It can get a little dicey and predictable on the routes you could take, but I wouldn't be shocked if Nightmare Eclipse tried it.
Yeah, I mean, it could. It just... Dorado is one of those maps that, like, outside, like, literally of this first stretch, where you can, like, get the boop off the high ground. I feel like it's very difficult to execute beyond that point, so unless it's that initial disruption, that a swap, I don't know how I'm going to feel about it, but what we do know for sure is what Valentine are running. It will be the Kindred Diva to start us off, perhaps some of it later. Benevolence on the Freya instead of the Sojourn, which I can understand. It's good burst damage, and then H-Key's Echo.
Yeah, the H-Key Echo went in. That will they're probably assuming they're going against another Diva, so that's why it could be good. It can be good against the Wrecking Ball as well, but maybe a little bit trickier, a little bit harder to hit that hard of a moving target. But it looks like Eevee will be using it at least to begin. We'll see how long it sticks.
It gets dicey past this first point, but you can get a decent amount of value out of the high ground, especially if there isn't much of a front line to work with. Fortunate little mishap there on the grapple. I'm just gonna come back, file drive on top of Kindred, send her running for the time being, and it allows the DPS to get set up. McFinn can work more towards his flank angles, and Nadokado can at least attempt to take high ground before HK brutally interrupted her.
Yeah, and you can see even like how you used to see Frey being played and how it's being played now. Only having the one shot in chamber and not the two can be, yeah, a little bit harder for that alternate shot. You're not going to be spamming the ults as much, but putting more value on hitting those primaries. And so far, Benevolence kind of keeping everyone at bay, not really having too much of a sight line, but now ball in their face is tricky.
Yeah, Benevolence though will be alright to stay alive. I had plenty of AJMR support in the backline and actually gets a knife to the head of Victim while all of that is happening too. So a payload will be halted under that bridge where we are.
Yeah, this could be where, especially with the Wrecking Ball, you don't have that staying power on point just to kind of usher the defense away and at least to give yourselves a little bit of room to work with. You almost have to act as you're trying to play this high ground, and yeah, that was disgusting from AJMR. Like, that filthy.
They actually like made it look easy, like, oh, there's a Freya there. Yeet, he gets the one and like it just flicks away. Like didn't even try to line up a second shot. Just knew that one was gonna land. Very confident. I'd like to see it, but we're about half the way through. And this is kind of what I was worried about with the Wrecking Ball comp. You have very few windows that you're actually going to be able to roll through because of the way that the map is structured, and Edie already struggling with that. Now we have the DPS ultimates online for Nightmare Eclipse. Want to make this work, or maybe find a bullet or a pulse or something in the back, but actually Benevolence though find the brig Wuyan backline as we mentioned. There's a blue, the bullet shot that we're talking about, but it's just a duplicate from HKey to make sure that she will stay alive, and Nightmare Eclipse are just banging their head against the brick wall here.
Yeah, but Crumb has to use the Tidal Blast on themselves just to get out, and they actually will live. That is nuts.
Yeah, but I can see it. You get the DMAC, but Kindred has so many ways to get out of that specific engagement. Migman did sneak this payload out from underneath that little overpass, so I'd say there's more of a chance to go ahead. They just didn't explode right in front of our eyeballs. Sound barrier from Bernice and the Kitsune Rush. And that's a pretty hefty commitment from Valentine, but somehow everybody from Nightmare Eclipse was able to back away from it. They just don't have a lot of tools left to work out.
Yeah, time is ticking.
What was
only
that?
6 seconds. Evie, though, a little bit of a skid on the roof for the kill at HK. What are we watching? Pro Skater?
That was hilarious. Oh, I'm so glad we caught a glimpse of that, and then got to watch the kill feed afterwards. That's one of the most stylish ways I've seen Nightmare Eclipse or any team break through a first point. Dorado hold them. It will get them there. Kindred swapping over to the Winston. There will not be another contest, or at least a good one for the time being, but actually it is longer than I thought it would be. HK got onto the point with the help of Bernice to keep the tag going, and because Kindred moved to the Winston, she's there a lot faster.
Yeah, it took a while, I think, for Crumb to get back into this, but now trying to push back through. Bola misses, though.
Bola misses, and Navia already dead. Benevolence sniped her from across
Only
the
15
map.
seconds.
Kind of been chilling. Yeah, there's not time to work with. Nightmare Eclipse just have not gotten the progress that they have needed with their composition. You will get up to a minefield with Evie, most likely, but someone has to get a touch. It will be there from the Hamster. Benevolence, another bullet shot up and ready to go. It will land true straight on Nadokato's head. Now looking for a second in Crumb, barely 20 HP remaining, but it doesn't matter. Evie's dead before the minefield comes out. Valentine easily get that first point hold. This is like the setup to end this in game number 5 that Valentine wanted. This is what they knew was going to happen when they picked Dorado.
Yeah, this is why they picked Dorado. This is why they even leave the Wrecking Ball there. Like, hey, if they want to run it, cool. We have the answer. Like, it's not going to work well for Nightmare Eclipse unless they run it perfectly, and we're not going to allow them to do that. So, great play from Valentine. Just 84 meters. Basically, you finished first phase, right? Basically, you finished first phase, and this map and this series in Nightmare Eclipse's run is over. But we have seen full holds on this map before, especially in a situation like this when they know, like, hey, we're not having to think ahead to phase 2 and phase 3. It's just phase 1. Sometimes teams can hold it down. So Nightmare Eclipse now have that opportunity. Evie will be off the Wrecking Ball. They will make their way over to the Winston. Reaper from Mickman. A little bit of a change. We don't see the Reaper a ton, but the rest stay the same.
Like, we'll see Reaper with Zarya, but not with this. Wrong kind of bubble. Wrong kind of bubble.
Yeah.
For this comp, I do. It's very short armed. there's not many places you can stand unless you're just planning to plant Mickman just at this corner here to contest the payload. Like, that's the only way I can see that getting a ton of value. Or just as a counter dive measure. But between this HK Benevolence DPS line, who have been playing out of their minds so far on the Rado, or even just this series, that's a tough task to say the least.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a rough task ahead, but hey, well, just a little bit of a jump up there from Mickman. But Mickman's got to play this really smart, but nice shots.
Well, I was going to say, Mickman's got to play it smart. HK does too. Didn't really do that on either side. They do get Mickman, which is much more valuable to my current puts, because we are literally looking at their spawn doors right now. They'll be back much faster and can actually take advantage of it.
Yeah, not too bad there for Valentine. Yes, you lose HAMR, but still, you were going to take that trade overall. And Nadokado not afraid to keep peeking. I think she has to be not afraid, because, again, you need those kind of pop-offs to keep your dream alive.
Between Nadokado and Benevolent, these are two of the best Freyas that you're going to find in Calling All Heroes. Even with the changes, we see them meeting each other blow for blow there. Valentine looked their way up to the high ground, and yeah, that's kind of what I was afraid of. Eventually, HK can find that mark. It's decently easy to get on top of Freya as an Echo, as long as you can avoid a lot of the poke damage to start. Navia in the backline, but Kiriko, you can TP through 50 walls as long as they're no more than 30 meters thick. Valentine, they're on this final corner, and HK getting yet another elimination onto Mickman. It seems Nightmare Eclipse are circling the drain right out now. They did so much work getting themselves to Game 5. Jesse, this might be their last hurrah if Touch doesn't come through. EV will commit to the fight, but HK quick to duplicate it, leaps straight at Nadokado, trying to escape the Tipplecate. It actually does wait a minute, the outplay! Nadokado is an animal! Nightmare Eclipse might still have a chance to be on their feet here, thanks to Nadokado's fantastic Freya. Kindred locked in a Kitsune rush. So much faster fire rate on a diva that already hurts, and Crumb feeling the brunt of that pain. Nightmare Eclipse, they're out of numbers. They're out of opportunities. Valentine are going to clear their way through Dorado and book themselves a spot in the lower semifinals.
Valentine move on to a Championship Sunday and give a heartbreak to Nightmare Eclipse. Bring it all the way to 5, but just cannot finish it in the final map. Kindred win. I think, yeah, this is the end. Went absolutely nuts here at the end. I'm going to pop over. I get Mickman. Okay. Hi, Crumb. Hi, Crumb. Oh, there's a prayer right here. Bye. Fantastic performance from Kindred. She was just all over the place. And overall, Valentine from the LCQ into the top 4.
7th seed, mind you, coming into this tournament. Again, little deceptive, but how that works. But technically, the 7th seed is guaranteed a top 4 finish. And Valentine, feeling pretty happy about it. But Jesse, their journey isn't done. I think this is a roster that expects to make it to minimum the lower finals if they have a chance. And their matchup against EXO Sakura, that's going to be a banger to watch.
That's going to be nuts. That is going to be an insane game. That'll be our first game tomorrow. Yeah. Just wow. Like, that is going to be an unreal game. Two teams that, honestly, they both feel like they're playing their best Overwatch right now. EXO Sakura, especially with the way this venture has been playing for them recently, and even the Sigma comps have been working. And now you see Valentine, yes, they show us a little bit of dive. They show us some Junker Queen that not a lot of teams are running right now. It can be really tricky. So hopefully EXO Sakura, they were taking some notes going into this, and obviously Valentine will look back and see how EXO Sakura got it done against Fable. But man, oh man, Valentine really making a case for themselves, like you said, to make a deep run here in lowers.
It is another 5-match series, the second one that we've seen from Valentine. So now we know, if we want a good game, we got to watch Valentine play. So it's been entertaining to watch them from a viewer's perspective. Now we get to pull back the curtain a little bit and hear from AJMR, who will be joining us on the desk for an interview right after this short break. wonderful day of the Calling All Heroes Championship playoffs, and we closed it out in the best way possible with a Game 5 banger. Valentine will take us to Dorado for the final map. They closed it out and now are ready to face off against Exo Sakura in the lower semifinals, and more journey ahead of them still remains for tomorrow. It's been a great journey for us to watch, Jesse, but we gotta hear what it's been like from the players themselves. We have AJMR joining us here on the desk. AJMR, first and foremost.
Oh wow, I'm so zoomed in.
I know it's okay. We're all zoomed in. We all gotta like be nice, close, and personal. So
there we go. This
of
is
all,
a little better.
We're good.
Yeah.
Okay. We're all on it. There we go. We're centered. I'll like try not to move. So that way we're all centered. We'll zoom in. But Game 5 against Nightmare Eclipse, your second Game 5 of this tournament so far. How does it feel like immediately after that match ended? Walk me through what that was like for you guys.
Oh my god, I started crying.
Did you?
Yeah. I mean, I've been competing in Overwatch for a very long time, and there are a lot of points where I've had to like take extended breaks because I've had issues with mental health, and I've only really been like competing seriously again. Like I started competing seriously again in like August, and I'm really happy with my progress, and I'm proud of all of my teammates for us being able to pull that win out. Like our ability to adapt is amazing. I think that that's the biggest like skill my team has. But I feel a lot of emotions because I haven't played in Ka in about a year. I did play the last season, but that was kind of for fun. But I haven't played seriously in about a year. So I don't know. I my heart is full to bursting.
Well, it's incredible to have you back. I will say that first. It definitely feels right that you are here. But I will say you talked about it a little bit. You all were so flexible. We saw so many compositions tonight, and even like the Vendetta getting thrown into the mix here and there. How did you all kind of approach Vendetta tonight? Obviously, it just came out Tuesday. This is the first real competition that she's been eligible for.
Well, my Flex DPS has been playing a lot of ranks just locking Vendetta, and my team has spent a lot of time talking about how the character works, what kind of comps it's good with, what kind of comps counter it, and there's still a lot, I think, to learn about how to play into Vendetta, or about how to play Vendetta, but I think we have a fairly good grasp about, like, the tempo that we want to play into Vendetta, and kind of, like, how we want to play it when we're on the character, but I think that she fills a lot of niches, but isn't like the absolute end all be all, right? But she's pretty damn good right now.
Yeah, I think that's easy to say, considering how many plays we saw throughout. But hey, again, this is a team that came from the LCQ, has made their way up. Obviously, a lot of pre-existing chemistry with this roster. How does it feel now? You've made it to Championship Sunday. How are you going to look at it now, going into your next game against Exo Sakura?
I'm excited. Also, my camera's glitching out. I've had technical problems the whole series. So far, I need to buy a new keyboard because mine randomly stopped working. Shout out my sister, she gave me hers. I don't know why I'm having so many technical problems, but I hope they don't happen tomorrow.
It's like a horror game. It's
yeah,
okay.
no, it does.
Don't worry about it.
But I going into the next game, I'm really excited for that match. There is like a lot of history between the players on the two teams, kind of a grudge match, and I'm excited for the performance that my team's going to put up. I think that we're going to do very well.
Okay.
Probably going to go to map 5 again.
If you can take us to another map 5, I'm not gonna complain. So
Yeah.
I know us and all the other Calling All Heroes fans out there would be very excited if we had another banger, because we've had like a ton of sweeps so far in our bracket. I think I literally only casted sweeps last week, and this is the only game that wasn't a sweep this week. So shout out for you guys for giving us a good one to end on. But before we end out this interview, AJMR, I want to give you the floor a second too, because I know that you've been around Calling All Heroes for quite some time, and one thing that I love to hear from the players themselves is what has it meant to you to have the opportunity to play in Calling All Heroes up until this point?
Oh my god, I'm gonna get very emotional. matters to me a lot. It's very important to me to represent the queer community specifically and kind of be somebody where people can look up to me and say, I want to be like that. I want to be this good. Oh my god, my camera's glitching so bad. It's, oh my god. But I want to be someone that people can look up to and someone who can inspire other people. There isn't enough hope in the world, and I want to be someone that fills people with hope. So
And
it
I
means a lot to
honestly,
me.
yeah. You've been a player that I know you've for how long you've been around and how long we've seen you maintain this top level. I think it is safe to say that you have been a major role model for a ton of flex support players within this scene, and it's always a pleasure to see you on stage, get your action on, to see you pop off and have these moments, and to know that it does mean a lot to you. It means a lot to all of the players that we do see compete today. So AJMR, again, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us a little bit on the interview. You're doing great. Keep it up. And I know that us, along with all of us watching at home, will be looking forward to you in your lower semis tomorrow.
Thank you. I promise we're gonna put on a show again. I was
There we go.
I was just saying I promise we're gonna put on a show again, and sorry for the technical issues. I've had so many today.
It's been a day of tech issues.
has
It's
been.
fine. This is
Believe it or not, this is not the worst tech issue we've dealt with.
I know, I heard.
Yeah, but
You're completely
it's okay.
fine.
Thankfully, you don't need a camera to play the game. Now, if you do
Yeah.
win, hopefully we don't have you looking like you're coming out of a horror movie. But
Yeah, hopefully.
we'll get there when we get there. So you have plenty of time to figure that out. You got the whole day tomorrow. We'll go ahead and let you go for now, though. Thank you again, AJMR. Oh man, that was a great
was
interview.
great.
AJMR, it's just one of those players I've known since the time I started in calling all
Yeah.
heroes, which was a little bit later in it, and to see them have this much impact, to have that much meaning in competing in this event, like it just shows the passion, the time, and the effort that goes into being a part of these top teams.
And even like obviously they've been around here for so long, calling our heroes, but also just in general in Overwatch competitive, right? They've been everywhere for years, and yes, like you said, they've had their breaks, and I think everybody, it's okay to have that break, but it's fantastic to see AJMR back here on the stage and to see them play it so well. So it's just incredible to have them as part of this Valentine team that is now making it the Championship Sunday.
Yep, they are moving on to our lower semifinals, ready to face off against EXO Sakura for that particular matchup. But as we said, our winner finals, it was me and my friends gaming. They are the first team to be in the grands and the team to beat. They have not lost a map in the playoffs, have not lost a map in the summer season either. This is a golden stage, potentially on top of a golden stage. That is the level of dominance we are looking at from that squad. And then there's a path to beat them, or a path rather to reach them. As we said, Valentine and EXO Sakura will be playing first, winner of that against Dreamland Starries, for an opportunity to take a swing at the grand finals for the 2025 championships, and bangers across the board. I do not expect any of these matches to be sweeps. I know every time I say that, it doesn't always work out, but it worked today. It got us to game 5, so I'm going to say it again anyway.
Hey, it's a good energy to put out in the air, and that what a game to
Exactly.
end on here for day 3. Just an absolute banger across the board. We got to see a lot of cool Vendetta today as well in our first official day for one of these tournaments to be eligible. So it's been just absolutely incredible. Make sure, everybody, hit the follow button. Make sure you're here tomorrow for when these games start out. I believe it's 2 Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific, I believe, is when these games will start off. Lower semis, lower finals, going into grands. It should be some incredible games, Molly.
Absolutely. I mean, there's so many awesome stories that you can follow with these players, so I do hope that we get to see all of you back here tomorrow, wherever you may be watching from today. Thank you so much for supporting Calling All Heroes. Thank you again to Radiant for the production, everything that goes on behind the scenes, all thanks to them. And that's going to go ahead and do it for our time on Calling All Heroes today, as we send it off for the Championship Sunday tomorrow. It's been Tiny Shiny Twin Salty, and we'll see you next time.